Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are
KAILASA, the good God country. Hinduism has something great to offer. Hindu God, Paramashiva, is good. We love him not just because he gives us what we want, but because he is good, and he has so much to offer to the world that makes the best nation. Hindu God has life positive, all-inclusive, good, spiritual, social, political, and moral principles. Hindu principles are guaranteed solutions for all the major problems of humanity: resettlement, violence and lawfare, impoverishment, inequality, environmental footprint, pandemic and biowar, disputes, feminist movement, women's rights, child rights, minority rights, linguistic rights, human rights. Because Hinduism has the best to offer to the world, KAILASA, standing tall since 1994 for the grand narrative of Hinduism, is the good God's country. Founder of KAILASA, Paramashiva, and his 1008th incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam is the reviver of KAILASA, the enlightened civilization, the greatest Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness was birthed by his predecessors of enlightened masters, great rishis, munis, siddhas, who predicted and recognized His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam as an incarnation of Paramashiva as per the science of incarnation described in Hinduism. From his first Chaturmasya at the age of 3 in the year 1980 until the age of 16 in the year 1994, the Supreme Pontiff was trained for the revival of KAILASA. He began reviving KAILASA from the age of 16 after the coronation on the 25th May 1994. KAILASA that we see today is 26 years of sincere hard work of the reviver and Hindu diaspora all over the world. KAILASA has a potential population of 2 billion Hindus worldwide, with over 100 million applications to its citizenship already applied. Hinduism has stood over 10,000 years as an enlightened civilization, has been a global beacon of spiritual and timeless wisdom, technology, culture.
He's wearing a grey jacket. His name is Boris.
The world's ancient civilization produced more than 40% of the world's GDP.
Purpose of life is to experience oneness with the ultimate reality, Paramashiva. Life exists on the planet Earth for last 40 billion years, and 5 times life faced complete extinction on the planet Earth. But somewhere one DNA, one cell, living organism is thrown out of planet Earth, preserved inside a volcano rock. After millions of years comes back to Earth due to gravity or whatever reason, gets into the ocean and starts the life again. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the conscious science to give breakthrough to your DNA through natural selection process and to your consciousness through the conscious decision process. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a sacred spiritual science. It is not bunch of do's and don'ts. No. Please understand, it is the revelations of sacred truths. cosmic truths, powerful cognition. It is still alive, that science is available, time-tested, foolproof. This science of living enlightenment is the complete solution for all the problems individual or society or modern day humanity is facing. Then you will understand all the problems of the modern day humanity. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is solution. Whether the terrorism or climate change, natural calamities or man-made calamities, for all the problems humanity is facing, the only solution is science of living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva from the Vedagamas in the modern day through this body. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution and setting model communities. Understand? KAILASA is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva manifested this KAILASA mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, KAILASA, by creating a model KAILASAs all over the world. I will work sincerely and revive this spiritual science, which is the core for enlightenment ecosystem, making you all manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and KAILASA of Paramashiva, and making all of us manifest Paramashiva.
In a world ravaged by war, ecological destruction, hatred and division, KAILASA stands as a bold vision of human potential, coexistence, organic living, and alignment with nature. Over the past 50 years, the world has seen the creation of dozens of new countries, and so if anything, it would be odd not to see a new country formed in the 21st century. Without the protection of political legitimacy, there is an imminent danger that the great tenets, scriptures, and science of creating an enlightened civilization, which spanned 56 states, 200 kingdoms, 1700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas, will be forever lost to humanity. The Hindu diaspora are highly successful around the world. They formed the dispossessed diaspora who has been driven to other countries because they are unable to practice their religion authentically in their own country. They have flourished in countries where they have been allowed to settle with religious freedom. For example, in the United States, Hindus are the most educated and highest earning community, with 77% of them holding a bachelor's degree and 48% having an income of $100,000 or more. Although they are only 1% of the population, Hindus have launched 13.5% of the startups in the USA. They hold leadership, technical and creative positions in companies such as Microsoft, Google, Facebook, etc. This success has been repeated around the world, in the UK, Canada, Australia, etc. James Kirkup, in his 2015 Telegraph article says, British Indians are not just the most successful immigrant group in this country's recent history, but the most successful group of people, full stop. He continues, more extraordinary than the rise in numbers is how it has taken place so harmoniously and profitably for this country and those in it. British Indians quite simply, are among the most industrious, accomplished, and credible amongst us. The best of British, if you like. The same article says that British Hindus are barely 2% of the population, but 12% of all the doctors. Australia and Canada have understood the ingredients of fast economic growth of the country and are doing everything to attract the educated, rich Hindu community. Hindus are the fastest growing migrant population in Australia. In 2017, 200% more Hindus have received invitation for Canadian Permanent Residency Program. Even now, the Hindu diaspora worldwide are the richest. No divorce, have no cases of drugs and substance abuse, lowest mental disorder, no depression. Hinduism is the only religion which neither converts nor kills. Absolutely non-violent, the elite sect of mankind. Because the Hindu diaspora worldwide and the Supreme Pontiff are successful in spreading their spiritual Hindu message of openness and inclusiveness against the forces of hatred and exclusivity, they have become the victims of relentless attacks by multi-armed apparatus of state power. Anti-Hindu forces, extremist caste, supremacist militant organization want a one ideology, Hinduism, under their exclusive domain. What they cannot digest into themselves, they systematically delegitimize and exterminate. Lawfare, assassination attempts, character assassination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Attempted assassination and assassinated Kailasians. Sexual assaults and rape of female monks of Kailasa. Objectification. Character assassination. State-funded child abuse and sexual abuse on the children of Kailasa.
Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then they showed him a picture.
State-operated embezzlement of funds, properties and assets donated by the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the purpose of the revival of Kailasa. Since 1994 up to until now. Building a nation is not a project accomplished overnight or by virtue of hope. Kailasa is the manifestation of 26 years of sincere hard work, sacrifices, integrity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the past 26 years for the enlightenment of humanity.
just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nityanam everyone, welcome back to the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Devi Parashakti. So before we start, we would like to have some mandatory security measures. So please be aware of the security measures. Photography, videography, audio recording of any kind is strictly prohibited during all the sessions. Also, please be aware of all the cautions. We welcome all the KAILASvasis attending from the KAILASA monasteries, gurukuls, temples, ashrams, and centers from around the world. We welcome all the Facebook, Instagram, NTV, KAILASA TV, Hinduism Now TV, Twitter, YouTube viewers, and all those blessed to have Nayana Diksha to a video conferencing who are joining us today's sacred spiritual program, the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So let's start with the Parashakti. A brief introduction about Devi Parashakti. Parashakti, with the cosmic mother, say the pure, ultimate, pure feminine consciousness. Say the source Shakti. It is her cosmic Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. See the source of the Big Bang and black holes. Parashakti is the divine consort of Paramashiva, with the primordial god of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals some truths about the Devi Parashakti, the cosmic mother, and he says the first and foremost relationship is mother. The ability to learn, even the idea to relate starts with the mother. Mother is an important way to connect with what we think as life. In Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware that our ability to connect with the mother should be directed to the cosmos. It should inspire, it should awaken our higher consciousness. It should inspire our higher consciousness to express through us, connecting with life, as mother is the most sweetest, most beautiful, and most easiest form ever to connect. So today, out of his extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself, gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. So now we'll look into the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. We'll give a brief introduction about the Bhava Samadhi Darshan and the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So Sama is oneness and the Adi means source. So Samadhi means being one with the source. Bhava means attitude, the aspect. Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect. Looking into the introduction of the definition of the darshan. Darshan means to have a glimpse of. In Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment we behold a deity, an avatar, a saint, or an enlightened being. As just seeing such a being can cleanse the karma of lifetime and create a deep, lasting transformation in the receiver. Darshan is the most powerful, superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan just as the sun continuously radiates light. The auspicious moment when we are able to catch it becomes the moment of darshan for us, raising us to the next level of superconscious breakthrough, like hitting the reset button on our being. Now, looking into the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan, there are two fundamental principles on which this Bhava Samadhi works. And the first one is the divine cosmic beings are real, and the second, they manifest from KAILASA which is the enlightened time-space zone, and they manifest through the deities and incarnation. So the divine cosmic beings that are real and they manifest through the Archavatara deities. Archavatara means deities in the temple, and through Bhavasamadhi Darshan in the Nijavataras. Bhavasamadhi Darshan is the science of Nijavatara, manifesting Paramashiva, the supreme consciousness. Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajrajeshwari and manifests as Nijavatara, the physical form, Devi Meenakshi. The avatar reflects the consciousness and manifestation of the superconscious energy, but human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Archavatara directly, and the avatar comes down to bridge the gap and create the experience of the superconscious energy in all of us. So Bhavasamadhi awakens our Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. During darshan, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of the conscious energy that heal, empower, and transform our life. So during Bhavasamadhi Darshan, our neuron mirror that of the incarnation, and mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or the information of the avatar just by seeing. Looking into the science of Akashic readings are the readings from the cosmic archives. They are not predictions. It is a direct reading. Beyond time, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time starts the past, present, and future. Because Akashic records are stored in the Akasha, the space dimension, there is no past, no present, no future. And that is why what we call as happened, happening, and yet to happen are clearly already recorded. So with this, we move to the next part of it, where we look into the introduction of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We'll get back after a short break. Please stay tuned.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. The moment you decide, you are conscious.
So now we'll look into the brief introduction of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the various global initiatives taken by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhan, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, the ancient, enlightened, a microcosmic Hindu civilization nation. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism and recognized by his predecessors who are the adepts and enlightened masters of Hinduism. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga and temple-based universities a lifestyle for humanity. Looking into the coronation ceremonies of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was identified as the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva by the spiritual adepts and enlightened masters of Hinduism before the year 1981. In the year of 1981, he was initiated into the Bala Sannyas and Chaturmasya at the age of 3. In the year of 1988, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the future Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tondai Mandaladinam, the oldest monastic university. In the year of 1994, he was appointed as the successor of Arunachala Sarvanyapita by Guru Parampara. In the year of 1999, he founded the Nithyananda Mission. He founded the mission Nithyananda Sangha to revive KAILASAs internationally. In the same year, he was also coronated as the successor of Kashi Sarvanyapitham. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the successor of Adi Arunachala Sarvanyapitham by the Guru Parampara. Here in the pictures, you can see the previous gurus of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the Nithyananda Mission, the Kailas, to revive the Kailasas internationally. In the pictures, you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at the age of 21. In the same year, he was also appointed as the successor of Kashi Sarvanya Peetham, and in the pictures you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at the Kashi Sarvanya Peetham. In the year of 2002, he founded the Adi KAILASA Sarvanya Peetham, and in the year of 2004, he was declared as the successor of Bhagyanagara Sripura Sarvanya Peetham. In the same year, he was also appointed as the incumbent emperor of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam of Suryavamsa lineage. So here in the pictures, you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism laying the foundation stone for building the Adi KAILASA Sarvanya Peetham, and also in another picture, you can see him doing the Bhumi Puja. At the age of 26, he was appointed as the successor of Bhagyanagara Sripura Sarvanya Peetham, and in the pictures, you can see the coronation ceremony of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Also, he is the incumbent emperor of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam. Here you can see the pictures along with the previous kings of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam. In the year of 2007, he was declared as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adi Pallava Sarvanya Peetham. In the same year, he was declared as the Mahamandaleswar of Mahanirvani Akhara, and in the year of 2012, he was coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai Shyamala Peetha Sarvanya Peetham, the oldest Hindu papal state and the monastic kingdom. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the reviver of Adi Pallava Sarvanya Peetham, and he has started this work at the age of 29 in the year of 2007. In the pictures, you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism doing the consecration of the deities, the Prana Pratishtha, and also the various other Nitya Pujas, the rituals and worships at the Pallava Sarvanya Peetham. In the year of 2012, he was appointed as the Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasanatta Shyamala Peetha Sarvanya Peetham. In the pictures, you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during the coronation ceremony at the Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasanatta Shyamala Peetha Sarvanya Peetham, and on the right side, at the Pontiff of the Shyamala Peetha Sarvanya Peetham, he is performing the various rituals, the Nitya Pujas, and the other rituals at the Shyamala Peetha Sarvanya Peetham. In the year of 2013, he was coronated as the Mahamandaleswar of Mahanirvani Akhara, which is the largest apex monastic order of Hinduism, and also at that time, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was the youngest Mahamandaleswar. In the same year, he was declared as the Acharya Mahamandaleswar of Atal Akhara by Acharya Mahamandaleswar Sukhdevanandaji, the then incumbent spiritual head. In the year of 2014, he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tanjore Adhinam. Here in the pictures, you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during the coronation ceremony as the Mahamandaleswar of Mahanirvani Akhara. In the pictures, you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at the Tanjore Adhinam. So as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tanjore Adhinam, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is performing the various rituals, puja, sevas, conducting the various programs for the devotees and disciples. And also on the bottom right side, you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in one of the oldest temple, the Somanatha Swami temple of Tanjore Adhinam. In the year of 2014, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated at the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tiruvarur Adhinam, and in the same year coronated at the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Vedaranyam Adhinam, and followed by the coronation ceremony as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Panchanadikulam. So here in the pictures, you can see the Guru Parampara pictures, the previous Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tiruvarur Adhinam. Here in the picture, you can see the previous Guru Mahasannidhanam of Vedaranyam Adhinam. In the year of 2015, he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharmamukti Swargapuram Adhinam. In the same year, he was also appointed as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adipit Koladamat. In the year of 2015, he was elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 spiritual leaders, that is Pontiff. So here in the pictures, you can see the Guru Mahasannidhanam, the previous Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharmamukti Swargapuram Adhinam, and the present Guru Mahasannidhanam, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Moving to the next pictures, and here you can see the coronation ceremony of Guru Mahasannidhanam, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism can be seen during the coronation ceremony where he was elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu pontiffs. So now we'll look into the various global initiatives taken by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So 26 years of relentless humanitarian services and initiatives including the free vegetarian food, medical services, natural disaster relief, women empowerment initiatives, conflict resolution, peace initiatives, and sustainable Hindu practices through the various international agencies and the bodies. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authored more than 300 books, 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, that has been translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. Over 20 million copies of books and articles has been sold, read, and downloaded. He has also established the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. He is revered as the most prolific, most viewed guru in the digital world, read and watched by 1 billion plus followers of Hinduism. Over 10,000 hours of discourses has been uploaded on the various social media platforms and over 1 billion views on the social media. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is respected as the commentator of the sacred scriptures of Hinduism such as Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutra, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, Jnana Sutras, Patanjali Yoga Sutras, and various other scriptures. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader. He is also acclaimed as one of the top 100 spiritually influential living personalities by the Watkins Mind, Body, Spirit magazine. The Sovereign Order of KAILASA, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Nithyananda Order of Monks, Nuns, and Hindu diaspora, are working for the global peace and to give superconscious breakthrough to the humanity. He is also the establisher of largest Hindu university in the world with the satellite campuses in 150 countries, establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasas Enlightenment ecosystem. He is also the founder and reviver of 100 plus Sarvanya Peetham. So with this, we move to the end here, the introduction and the various global initiatives taken by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism towards the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharmas. So now we will move to the next segment, which is going to be the science of our manifestation, revealed and revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We'll get back to that segment after a short break. Please stay tuned.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater signs is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater signs of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression, or the worst suicidal patterns, or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut.
So now we'll move to the next segment, which is going to the power manifestation segment. The Balasans, the Nithyananda yogis, the initiated disciples of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will now be demonstrating the powers of third eye and sharing with all the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation of the divine powers awakened in us through the Diksha. In today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiation into the third eye awakening and the various other powers with the blessings and the grace of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We will be manifesting the power of the third eye, which is the cosmic browsing center located between the brows, which upon initiation one can effortlessly express power and see through the third eye, just as you do with the two eyes. So now we'll get into the various understandings on the Shaktis. The Shaktis, in the Vedagma, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis. Manifesting Shaktis powers are described as a system, method, and science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. The Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are divine and you need to manifest divine, and not that you are a man and you need to reach divine. So now we'll look into some of the fundamental differences of the Shaktis and the Siddhis. Shakti expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and the high integrity with the good. Siddhis are the power that manifest from the tapas or penance for enlightenment. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. The Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human being in an extraordinary way after the initiations from the avatar. Siddhis are not permanent. Siddhis may divert you from the enlightenment, whereas Shaktis are the permanent. So Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in the Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasa, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. At the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Tirobhava, and Anugraha. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the 1008th living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva, and the reviver of KAILASA, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment, the powers, was lived and taught as the lifestyle. For the first time in the modern day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking, never accomplished before. The knowledge and the science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next generation through Diksha, initiation by the enlightened Gurus. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiations and the knowledge repository for billions to manifest the science of power manifestation from the discipline of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, yoga and yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, the science of Aushadha, Advaita and Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana and Paramashiva Vijnana. So how do we awaken the divine Shakti in us? Every ultimate truth, when mapped into our consciousness, is manifest as the possibility and power of every being.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasam api dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayaha. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi diksha vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Birdi, Bengaluru.
So now let us look into the Shastra Pramana, Apta Pramana, Sakshi Pramana, and the Pratyaksha Pramana. So these are the aspects, these are the 4 aspects of evidences to verify or authenticate the science of power manifestation. The Shastra Pramana, which is the eternal, unchangeable truths revealed in the sources scriptures. The Apta Pramana are the experiences and results of the Aptas or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis, and the scientists who time tested and verified the science. Atma Pramana or the account of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar personal experience of the power manifestation. The Pratyaksha Pramana or the empirical evidences from the observations and the scientific experimentations. So Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindu. Vedas are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scripture where the applied technology, the applied science is explained. Vedas and Agamas, together Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference cited from this Shastra or the source scripture is called the Shastra Pramana. So now we'll get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye that is going to be the body scanning. So all the viewers who are watching us through the live YouTube channel, so one of you can request for the body scanning, and we'll do the body scanning after we present the Shastra Pramana, the Apta Pramana, Atma Pramana, and Sakshi Pramana for the body scanning. So in this power of body scanning, one awakens to the ability to scan illnesses, disease, and medically diagnosed issues and provide solutions through the awakened third eye. The first Shastra Pramana for the body scanning is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, verse number 54, where Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to subtlest constitutive principle of your whole body or of the whole universe simultaneously consist of essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all the thoughts and ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, is revealed and are manifested. Into the Apta Pramana, this is from the life of disciple of Rishi Agatya. One day, a man suffering from the severe headache comes to Agatya for healing. Agatya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small therai sitting in the person's brain. Agatya immediately instructs Therai, his disciples, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and cured of the headache. Thus he gained the name Therai. The Atma Pramana from the life of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and this is from the 22nd December 2019. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed how he uses the power of body scanning, paraphrasing his words. Only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go to surgery and therefore for the medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs, and it was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body conditions due to the poison. Through the body scanning, I found out what the problems, imbalances had happened and where the balance has to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my findings. So now looking into the Sakshi Pramana, the experiences of the various devotees and disciples who started manifesting the power of body scanning after initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So request the viewers to request for body scanning, and we'll do the body scanning after a short break. Please stay tuned.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
Nityanam everyone, welcome back to the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The unique contribution to spiritual consciousness from the Vedic tradition is sacred feminine worship. Even if everything from what Vedic tradition gave is lost, then just if this sacred feminine tradition is there, the whole thing will be revived, because that is the seed. Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which has at least 10,000 sampradayas, the subsects, if all the sampradayas are lost for some reason, and only this one sampradaya, the Devi worship, remains, the whole thing can be brought back, because the whole thing is centered on this one, Mother worship. Mother worship carries the blueprint, the hologram of the whole of the Vedic tradition. That sacred Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that the sacred feminine worship is the hologram of the Vedic tradition. There is no enlightened being on the planet Earth without worshipping the sacred feminine, including me. I am basically a Shakta. I myself followed Devi worship. From the beginning, if you see my biography and all the deities I carved, the darshans I had, all mother-based, Devi-based. So now we'll listen to one of the videos where Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism talks about the importance of the divine feminine consciousness and the women in Sanatana Hindu Dharma.
Hinduism is the most feministic religion, I tell you. In Hinduism, not just religion, even the Hindu economy, Hindu social system, everything is feminist. The women-centered, everything is feminist. When time comes, I'll try to reveal more details about it. How the women is the foundation of Hindu civilization. They formed the basis of Hindu civilization. Someone asked Ramakrishna when he was in deathbed. Literally, everyone knows that he is going to leave the body soon. I should not use the word deathbed for the great incarnations like him. They never die, but the time to leave their body. Everyone knows that he is going to leave the body. Close, sincere devotees of him, they come and ask him, Bhagavan, how can you leave the body so soon? Still, you have not trained enough people to continue your mission. Only few boys are trained and they are too young. He smiles and says, one woman is enough to carry my mission. She is already trained. Sharada Devi. She is trained enough. She will be the foundation from which this Ramakrishna Sampradaya, this whole civilization, revival will start. And that's true. It is she, Parashakti, Jagat Janani, Sharada Devi. She formed the foundation for this whole Ramakrishna Sampradaya to flower. I tell you, in Hindu civilization, spirituality, religion, Hindu economy, everything is centered on women.
Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, a great author who lived from 1836 to 1886, says, Shiva is the Brahman, but the Devi has the key to reach that Brahman. Unless he opens, nobody can reach. Very beautifully, he describes a house scene that even though husband is the owner, the key to house will be on the hip of mother. Either you have to fall at the feet of mother, or the small sons of the mother. Only they can touch that place and remove the key. Nobody else can touch. So either surrender to mother, or people who are closer to mother, they can only reach. So now we'll look into the Shastra Pramana of Devi Parashakti. And this is from Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Sloka, which says, the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in vermilion red body, with the triple eye sporting a crown of rubies, studded with a crescent moon, and face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with a mead, and other twirling the red lotus. I meditate on the great empress, is red in color, and her eyes are full of compassion, holds the nose, golden bow, and the flowery arrow in her hand. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima, forage, and see the self within me. So Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source where the Big Bang and black holes goes on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, source energy, source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are now, and in which all of us are going to merge. Out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. So now, in this video, we will listen to Devi Parashakti, where Devi Parashakti is manifesting through the Nijavatara, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and giving the introduction about herself. Let us watch this video.
Om, 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 Om. ஓமெனும் ஓங்காரத்து உட்பொருளாய் மலர்ந்து உயிர்த்தெழுந்து இறையனார் இடப்பாகத்திருந்து குமரிக்கண்டம் ஆளும் மீனாட்சி மலர்ந்தேன் இங்கு நல்லருள் செய்திடவும் நல்வாக்கு தந்திடவும் ஆனந்தம் ஞானத்தொடு பூரண அன்பு ஏகம் அநேகமாய் ஆகிய இப்புவுலகிற்கு பரமசிவன் ஞானம் தர வந்தேன் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி. அருளாட்சி அரசாட்சி பொருளாட்சியோடு நன்மாட்சிமையோடு ஆட்சி செய்யும் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். கருணையே வடிவாய் கண்மலர்ந்து நன்மை செய்திட வந்திட்டேன். மாந்தர்கள் கேளுங்கள் இந்த பெருநன்மை சத்தியத்தை, கேட்டு நீங்கள் வாழ்ந்திட கேடும் பெருந்துக்கமும் உங்களுக்கில்லை. கேட்டிடுங்கள் இவ்வினாடி என்னை கண்டுகொண்டும் கேட்டுக்கொண்டும் இருக்கும் உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நான் அளிக்கும் தீட்சை. நானே நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் கடந்த உயிர்ப்பாய் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் இருக்கின்றேன். பரமசிவோகம் Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham. இதை தீட்சையாய் ஏற்று இதே உணர்வோடு அமர்ந்திருங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் எல்லா நன்மையும் வரமும் ஞானமும் அருளும் அளிக்கின்றேன். ஓங்காரத்தின் உட்பொருளாய் வேதமொடு ஆகமம் மெய்யாய் வெளிப்பட்டு உபவேதங்கள் உபாகமங்கள் அனைத்துமாய் உயர்ந்து நின்று தத்துவங்கள் ஆராய் உண்மையை செப்பி ஜகம் முழுவதும் ஞானம் அளிக்கும் பாரதி பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். ஆய கலைகள் 64 உடலும் மனமும் உயர்வை அடைந்திடும். பரமசிவ சக்திகளை உங்களுக்குள் மலர்த்தவே வந்திருக்கின்றேன். அஷ்ட சித்திகளும் அஷ்ட கன்மமும் ஆதி சக்தி பரமேஸ்வரியாய் மலர்ந்து உங்கள் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் ஆனந்தம் அளிக்கின்றேன். அஞ்சாதீர், ஆனந்தத்தோடிருப்பீர். ஓம் 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 ஹ்ரீம் 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 ஓம் ஹ்ரீம். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
So how to receive Devi Parashakti? Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. See, really they are on your screen. So always receive her very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut and 1 coin in front of the screen. Watch Devi. The coin is considered as the traditional Dakshina in Hindu tradition. It can be even the lowest value. In India, it can be even 1 paisa. In USA, it can be even 1 cent. Offer all that to Devi Parashakti. Once the darshan is over, do the namaskar and eat the banana, betel leaf and betel nut. Take it as prasadam immediately. Collect all these coins and send it to a temple. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in few days you will understand that how much it adds to your sentiment. You will start cognizing that really is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. The rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle, remind you, raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. So now we'll look into another video by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where he guides us. He gives a powerful technique of Panchamahabhuti Yoga to prepare our body to receive the grace and blessings of Devi Parashakti. Let us watch this video.
I wanted to give you one sacred secret to all of you. Do this Panchabhuta Yoga. See, whenever you want to ask any question to Devi and receive the answer, on that day, do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Means, apply only mud on the body and take bath. Don't apply any chemical on the body to take bath. Just that Puttuman means that anthill mud Only that apply on the body and take bath. Don't apply anything else. That is mud, earth part, earth component. Second, water. Drink only water that day. Don't eat, drink, don't do anything other than drinking water. When you come for the Parashakti's Akashic reading, at least for a few hours prepare yourself. Maybe 10 hours ahead. Just drink only water and keep yourself active. Third, the fire in your stomach should be allowed to burn without any food dumped on it. Just the pure fire. You can chant Omkara to intensify it, or Mahavagya, Ajapa, but pure fire. No food, nothing. That pure fire should be encouraged. And just be in the free air, open space, breathing the whole sky at least few hours before. And intensely unclutch to get the power of the space, Akasha. See, listen. Akasha is an intense energy. Just like the other bhutas, like earth, water, fire, air, the Akasha also is a pure consciousness. It is intelligence, living energy. Once you start unclutching, you manifest Akasha's energy in you, consciousness in you. So do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Your questions will be surely answered immediately by Parashakti. If you just do this Panchabhuta Yoga and come for the Devi's Akashic reading, she will simply answer your questions. I'll repeat. Apply the ant hill mud and take bath, or even clay. Don't use any other chemical. Take bath just with a mud. Second, drink only water. No other food or juice at least for 10 hours ahead. If possible, that whole day. Third, intensify the Agni in your stomach without dumping any food on it. Just through the Omkara, Ajapa, ignite it, intensify it. Fourth, walk around and breathe in an open space at least for a few hours before. Fifth, try to unclutch as intensely as possible to receive the Akasha energy, Chitambara, that energy of cosmic space. With this Panchabhuta Yoga, come to Parashakti's Akashic reading. Surely she will answer your questions.
So with this, we'll move to the segment where we look into the revelation by Devi Parashakti. Devi Parashakti will be revealing the various truths related to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. So we'll listen to that video after a short break. Please stay tuned.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
Nithyanandam everyone, welcome back to the power. So now we'll move into the next part where we listen to the revelation by Devi Parashakti.
ஓம் 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 ஓங்காரத்துயர்ந்து பாங்காய் வேதமொடு ஆகமமாய் வெளிப்பட்டு ரீங்காரமாய் மலர்ந்து பரஷோடசியாய் நிறைந்து 40 முக்கோணம் வாழும் கையிலை ஸ்ரீபுரச் சிந்தாமணி கிருகத்தில் இருக்கும் கைலாச சுவாமினி பரஷோடசி பரமசிவன் பாகம் அமர்ந்து பாராளும் பரமேஸ்வரி பரமசக்தி மனோன்மணி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் நிஜாவதாரம் கொண்டேன் இங்கு எல்லோர்க்கும் நல்வரம் தந்திட எல்லா நன்மையும் அருளிட இரண்ய கர்ப்பஸ்வரூபிணி பிரம்மாண்டயோனி சாம்பவி சந்திரமௌலி ரபலா அபர்ணா உமா பார்வதி சாவித்ரி நவயவனா சாம்ராஜ்யலக்ஷ்மி பரமேஸ்வரி பரஷோடசி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் உருக்கொண்டு இங்கு நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்தேன். அருட்பெருங்கருணையினால் அருளுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். மக்களே, உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நன்மை செய்யவே நாம் இங்கு நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு கொண்டு நிஜாவதாரமாய் இறங்கி வந்தோம். இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். காலம் காலமாய் அவதார புருஷர்கள் வந்து மலர்ந்து உலகிற்கு நன்மை செய்யும் மிக பெரும் ஞான பூமி பாரதம். இருக்கின்ற ஒரு பாரதத்தை இழக்க இயலாது மக்களே. ஞான கர்ப்பத்தை மலடாக்க இயலாது. வாழையடி வாழையென ஞானிகளும் அவதார புருஷர்களும் வந்தே தீர வேண்டும், வாழ்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும், மலர்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும். உலகிற்கு அதுவே உத்தம நன்மை. ஒரு சில கயவர்கள் மாயையில் சிக்கி செய்திட்ட சதிகளால் உலகை பலி கொடுக்க ஆகாது. சிருஷ்டி நஷ்டமடையக் கூடாது. பிரபஞ்சம் அழிந்துவிடக் கூடாது. பிரளயத்து இருந்து இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தை காக்கவே பெரும் கப்பல் நானொன்று செய்தேன். அதன் பெயரே ஆதி கைலாசம். ஆதி கைலாசம் இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தில் இருக்கும் ஞான சக்திகளை ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே நாம் செய்த கப்பல். துரோகிகள் சூழ்ச்சியாலும் விரோதிகள் ஆட்சியாலும் வழியின்றி கப்பலை விட்டு மாலுமியே ஒதுங்க வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததையா. அதனால்தான் ககனம் கொந்தளித்து பேரழிவை நோக்கி சென்று கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. மக்களே, அறியாத தனத்தினால் மாயையில் சிக்கி குழந்தைகள் தவறு செய்தாலும் பிரபஞ்சம் அழியாது காக்க வேண்டியது பராசக்தி. பரமசக்தி பரஷோடசி மனோன்மணியன் பொறுப்பென்பதால் சத்தியங்கள் சிலவற்றை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்றாய் கேட்டுக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அடுத்த சில மாதங்களில் 1000 அல்ல, லட்சம் அல்ல, கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். இந்திய நாட்டினில் கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன். தேடிக்கொள்ளுங்கள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு பாதுகாப்பை. ஆதி கைலாசத்தை நிர்வகிக்கும் அன்பர்களே, நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக வரப்போகும் இந்த மாபெரும் பிரளயத்தை தெரிந்து கொண்டு உலகில் இருக்கும் எல்லா ஔஷத சக்திகளையும் ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி நவபாஷாணத்து நிறுத்தி ஆனந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் ஸ்தாபித்து வைத்தேன். வருகின்ற குரு பூர்ணிமையோடு 12 ஆண்டுகள் அந்த ஞான ரசவாதம் பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து முழுமையான நவபாஷாண லிங்கமாய் மலர்ந்து விடுகின்றது. வருகின்ற குரு பௌர்ணமியில் இருந்து வருகின்ற எல்லோரும் அங்கு வந்து நவபாஷாண தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி செல்ல அனுமதியுங்கள். அதற்கு வகை செய்யும் விதத்திலே நல்ல முறையிலே எல்லா நன்மையும் செய்து வையுங்கள். இந்த தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடியோர்க்கும் அந்த தீர்த்தத்தை அருந்தியோர்க்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று வராது, மரணம் இல்லை, துக்கம் இல்லை. இது அறிவியல் பூர்வமாய் அனுபவபூர்வமாய் நிரூபிக்கப்படும். அதனால் கோடிக்கணக்கில் மக்கள் வரிசையில் நின்று தினந்தோறும் வந்து நவபாஷாணத்தாலான ஆனந்த லிங்கத்தில் நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தில் நீராடி வணங்கி நன்மை பெற்றுச் செல்வார்கள். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. ஆதி கைலாசத்து நிர்வாகிகளே, இந்த ஒரு சேவையை உலகத்திற்கு செய்யுங்கள். நீங்கள் செய்த எல்லா கர்மங்களுக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தமாகும். நல் அமைதியும் ஞானமும் யோகமும் உங்களுக்கும் கிட்டும், உலகத்திற்கும் கிட்டும். 12 ஆண்டுகள் முன்பாக பராசக்தி நான் செய்து வைத்த நவபாஷாணம் சித்தித்து புளித்து பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து ரசவாத யோகத்தில் சித்தியாகி இன்று நிறைந்த நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் மலர்ந்திருக்கின்றது. இதை செய்த காரணம் வரப்போகும் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே. எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நேரடியாய் மறைமுகமாய் உதவி செய்து உடன் இருந்த எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோரையும் நம்பியே இந்த படகை நாம் உருவாக்கினோம். இந்த பெரும் சேவையில் எல்லோரும் வந்து பாகமாயிருந்து கொரோனா வராதவர், வந்தவர், வந்து நீங்கியோர் இவர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் மாபெரும் மருந்து நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்து தீர்த்த விருந்து. எல்லோரும் வந்து நீராடி தற்காப்பும் தீர்ந்து நன்மையெல்லாம் அடைந்திட இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, உங்களால் இயன்றதை செய்திடுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நல் பாதுகாப்பும் உண்டு, நல்லதும் உண்டு. என்னை இழந்தாலும் என்னை நீங்கள் மறுத்தாலும் உங்களை நான் காப்பேன். அஞ்சாதீர்கள். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் நான் செய்து வைத்த கப்பலை உபயோகித்து இந்த ஆழிப் பிரளயத்தின் பெருங்கூத்து ஊழிக் கூத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உண்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன், நன்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன். பிராயஷ்சித்தம் வேண்டுமென்றும் காப்பாற்ற வேண்டுமென்றும் கதறிய பக்தர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பெருங்கருணையினால் தீர்வை தந்து விட்டேன். அன்பர்களே, பக்தர்களே, சீடர்களே, என் சொல் கேட்கும் நேர்மையான தொண்டர்களே, புயல் என புறப்படுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு தேவையானதெல்லாம் உடனடியாய் செய்து வரப்போகும் மக்களுக்கெல்லாம் அன்னதானம் செய்து அவர்கள் நல்லபடி வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி நவபாஷாண மருந்தையே விருந்தாய்க் கொண்டு நோயிலிருந்து தற்காப்பும் பெற்று உயிர்காப்பும் பெற்று நல்லபடியாய் வாழ்ந்திட தேவையான சேவைகளை செய்யுங்கள். இதுதான் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தம். நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு தாங்கி நிஜாவதாரமாய் நான் இந்திய நாட்டில் வந்தபொழுது என்னை வைத்து வாழாத பெருங்குற்றத்திற்கு பிராயஷ்சித்தம் இதுவே உங்களுக்கு. இதை யாவது செய்து, இது ஒன்றையாவது செய்து உங்களையும் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், நாட்டையும் காத்திடுங்கள். கோடிகளில் உயிர்கள் போகப் போகின்றது என்பதை நேரில் காண்பீர்கள். கண்ட பிறகுதான் நான் சொல்லும் வார்த்தையின் சத்தியமும் உண்மையும் உங்களுக்கு புரியப் போகின்றது. அழிவதற்கு முன் வந்து நவபாஷாண மருந்தை விருந்தாய்ப் பெற்று மரணத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் அன்னை பராசக்தி அருளினேன் சத்தியத்தை. இந்த ஒரு சத்தியத்தை உடனடியாய் புரிந்து கொண்டு உங்களுக்கும் உலகத்துக்கும் நன்மை செய்து கொள்ளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தின் எல்லைக்குள் ஆருக்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று தீண்டாது. இந்த சத்தியத்தை அனுபவபூர்வமாகவும் அறிவியற்பூர்வமாகவும் முழுமையாக நீங்கள் புரிந்து கொள்வீர்கள். இது நிரூபணமாகும். அன்னை பராசக்தி 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக உள்ள ஞான ஔஷத சக்திகள் அனைத்தையும் பிரம்மாண்ட யோனி ஹிரண்ய கர்ப்பத்திலிருந்து கொண்டு வந்து உருவாக்கி வைத்த நவபாஷாண லிங்கம் இன்று பிரளயத்திலிருந்து காக்கும் பெரும் கப்பலாய் உங்களுக்கு ஊதாவும். என இழந்தாலும் நான் செய்து வைத்த இந்த ரசவாத ஞானத்தின் துணை இழக்காமல் உங்களை நீங்களே காத்துக்கொள்ளுங்கள். இது ஒன்றே வழி மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
So now we'll look into the current state of the world as revealed by Devi Parashakti. So authorities in 223 countries and territories have reported about more than 513 million of confirmed cases and more than 6.2 million of deaths since China reported its first case to the World Health Organization in the December of 2019. So now we'll present the various other reports from the various news agency and the health agencies. So severe cases of the COVID causing cognitive impairment equivalent to aging 20 years, and this is one of the study. So patients who overcome severe COVID infection suffer from same cognitive impairment that people generally go through between the age of 50 and 70, a new study has found. This is the equivalent of losing 10 IQ points, say the team of scientists from the University of Cambridge and Imperial College London. Their findings suggest that the effect of the coronavirus infections are still detectable more than 6 months after the illness, that cognitive recovery is gradual at best, and that it may even impact the people who only had mild cases. There is a growing body of evidence that the COVID-19 causes lasting cognitive and mental health problems, with recovered patients still experiencing symptoms months after infection. The symptoms they report include fatigue, brain fog, problems recalling words, sleep disturbances, anxiety, and even the post-traumatic stress disorder, say the scientist. By comparing the patients to 66,000 members of the general public, the researchers estimate that the magnitude of cognitive loss is similar on average to that sustained with the 20 years aging between 50 and 70 years of age, and that is the equivalent of losing 10 IQ points. The next report is from the World Health Organization, which says the report has estimated that there are around 47 lakhs COVID-19 deaths in India from January 2020 till December 2021, which is nearly 10 times the official figure given by the India. The next report that was published in Reuters says that Omicron is as severe as other COVID variants. The Omicron variant of the SARS-CoV-2 virus is intrinsically as severe as previous variants, according to a preprint version of a large US study that counters assumptions in other study that it was more transmissible but less severe. The findings, which estimated Omicron's severity after the accounting for the impact of vaccines, should reinforce the importance of inoculations and booster shots, experts said. Vaccines help to keep hospitalizations and death relatively low during the Omicron surge compared with the previous variant. The new study, based on the records of 130,000 COVID patients in Massachusetts, is unique and pretty strong, said the Dr. Arjun Venkatesh of Yale School of Medicine and the Yale Centers of Outcome Research and Evaluation. The next report says that the two new Omicron variants has been detected in the US and that could spark another wave. The two new variants of COVID-19 have arrived in US. These variants evade antibodies from the vaccinations and prior infections, which could create the possibility of new wave. The African Health Research Institute in the South Africa conducted a study that found that BA4 and BA5 variants can evade antibodies. The low absolute neutralization level of BA4 and BA5, particularly in unvaccinated group, are unlikely to protect well against the symptomatic infections. The study noted this may indicate that based on neutralization escape, BA4 and BA5 have the potential to result in a new infections of the wave. So what is the Omicron XE? These are symptoms of new COVID variant which has been found in the UK. So a new subvariant of Omicron has been found in the UK as the country battles a renewed surge of the coronavirus. The Office of National Statistics said that the 4.9 million people in the UK were infected with the COVID-19 as of the last weekend, a record high during the pandemic. The next COVID could be led by. So this is the report which says that when the South Africa may be entering into the fifth COVID wave earlier than expected owing to the rise in infections, that seems to be driven by BA4 and BA5 Omicron subvariant. The World Health Organization last month added the sub-lineages to its monitoring, with more than 100,000 official deaths from the COVID-19 and 3 times that it excess death data is taken into account. South Africa is the worst hit country in Africa. Meanwhile, the 30% of the entire South African population has been vaccinated against the coronavirus. The World Health Organization has said that the South African scientists who identified Omicron variant of COVID-19 late last year have now reported 2 more Omicron subvariants, BA4 and BA5. This is another sign that COVID-19 pandemic is not done with us, and there are some clear takeaways, and that is from WHO chief. So next report says that the COVID death probably 3 times higher than the records, and this is for the whole world. It says that more than 18 million people, 3 times higher than that of official records, suggest have probably died because of COVID, US Washington University researchers say. The researchers gathered data through the searches of various government websites, the World Mortality Database, the Human Mortality Database, and the European Statistical Office. The rates of excess death are estimated to have varied dramatically by the country and region, but the overall global rate calculated the study is 120 deaths per 100,000 people. That would mean that about 18.2 million deaths have happened because of the COVID in the 2 years between the start of 2020 and the end of 2021. 3 times as many as the official 5.9 million that have actually been recorded. Also, people infected with the COVID-19 are at increased risk of developing heart conditions. Up to a year later, the Pan American Health Organizations warned that millions of children have fallen behind on the routine immunizations during the pandemic, causing outbreaks of diseases such as measles and diphtheria in Latin America and the Caribbean. Many doctors believe it's possible to have long-term effect from the Omicron variant of the virus. A lot of people who catch the coronavirus remain ill for an extended period, an estimated 10 to 40% later from the long COVID. The next report says that because of COVID, there are a risk of blood clot, and that is higher risk of blood clot. So after a COVID infection, there is an increased risk of developing a serious blood clot for the next 6 months, a study from the Sweden suggests. The research found people with the severe COVID and those infected during the first wave had the highest clot risk. About 17 in every 10,000 COVID patients had a blood clot in the lung, compared with the fewer than 1 in every 10,000 who did not have the COVID. The next report says that University of Iowa In Iowa City, researchers led the study of 24,000 patients with in-hospital cardiac arrest from 286 US hospitals, of whom 5,916 had COVID-19 from the March to December 2020. So adult COVID-19 patients who had an IHCA were 35% less likely to receive potentially life-saving defibrillations without a delay and survived hospital release, according to a study in the JAMA network. So the new study has revealed that the COVID may change the brain. So catching COVID may cause change out to the brain, a study suggests. Scientists found significant differences in MRI scans before and after the infections. Even after a mild infection, the overall size of the brain had shrunk slightly, with less gray matter in the parts related to the smell and the memory. The researchers do not know whether the changes are permanent, but stressed the brain could heal. So this study has been published in the journal Nature, which is one of the prominent journal in the field of science. The lead author, Professor Gwynale Doan from the Wellcome Center of Integrative Neuroimagining at the University of Oxford, said, we were looking at essentially mild infections, so to see that we could really see some differences in their brain and how much their brain had changes compared with those who had not been infected. Quite a surprise. The UK Biobank project has followed the health of the 500,000 people for about 15 years and has a database of a scan recorded before the pandemic, so provided a unique opportunity to study the long-term health impact of the virus. So the next report is, which says that the pandemic has disrupted the children's education growth. So according to the youth researcher, if the digital platforms are the only medium for making contacts over a period of 2 years, this can lead to restrictions in the personal development over such a long period. So now we'll look into some of the revelations by Devi Parashakti. Devi Parashakti is revealing the 8 different ways to protect ourselves from the COVID pandemic. So let us listen to this video.
परषोडसी मीनाक्षी परमेश्वरी मीनाक्षी பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு. கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திலிருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தன் விக்கிரகமாய் மலர்ந்தோம். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நல்லதை செய்திட, நன்மையை சொல்லிட, தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் புருஷார்த்தங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தேன் இங்கு. மாந்தர்கள் கொடுந்தொற்று கொரோனா கண்டு அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். 8 வழியின் மூலமாகவும் எண்ணத்தில் தியானித்து என்னை பிரார்த்தித்தல் 1, சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாய் என்னை சரணடைதல் 2, எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாரி வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3, நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4 நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து நித்யானந்தத்தை நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5 சிவ 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 எனும் பிரபஞ்ச பெரும் நாதத்தை அஜபா ஜபமாய் நிகழ்த்தல் 6 நிறைவான பூரண மனத்தோடு வாழைப்பழத்தோலும் வெங்காயமும் குதிகாலில் வைத்து பத்திட்டு நித்திரையில் அடங்குவது 7 பூரணமாய் பரிபூரணமாய் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8 எனும் 8 முறையிலும் என எண்ணியோர் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் இல்லை கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் தாக்கமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் பயமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நாமே நிம்மோடு நானே நீயாய் நீயே நானாய் நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்வீர்கள் 8இல் 1 செய்தாலும் கொரோனா உங்களை எட்டவிடாது காப்பு.
So now we'll look into the translation of what Devi Parashakti revealed to all of us just now. Devi Parashakti says, "O humans, do not be scared of the deadly infection of corona. Through these 8 ways, praying and meditating on me, surrendering to me through social media, wherever I am residing, worshipping me by doing fire walking, applying turmeric in the chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on me every day, being in uncrushed state, filling with eternal bliss, doing ajapa ajapa, the cosmic sound, Shiva, with complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the hills and going to sleep, being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting in the Arunachala Spurna that blossoms as Aham, Aham in the state of Ananda Spurna." So with this, we come to the end of this segment of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. After a short break, we'll move to the next segment where we'll look into various enriching platforms and also the various seva that you can offer to Devi Parashakti. We'll come back after a short break. Please stay tuned.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression, or the worst suicidal patterns, or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment.
Nithyanam, everybody, welcome back. Let us now move on to the next segment of today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, where we're going to learn about how we can receive the grace and the blessings of Devi Parashakti through the social media platforms. The first platform that we're looking at is the YouTube. So head over to YouTube and you can search for KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda, which is the official YouTube channel of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can go and subscribe to the channel if you've not yet subscribed, and join the channel so that you can get access to posting your comments and questions in the chat option. So you can click on join, which is there under the live stream, and you can choose any of the subscription memberships that is available, with each of it having its own perks. And once you join it, you will get access to posting your questions in the chat option. So there you can post your questions to Devi Parashakti and express your gratitude to Devi Parashakti. The next platform we are looking at is the Facebook. So here, head over to KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam, which is the official Facebook page of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Once you go over there, make sure that you like and you follow the official Facebook page. Next, what you can do is under the live stream, put on your questions, whatever prayers that you have that you would like to ask Devi Parashakti. The next platform that we're looking at is the Twitter. The official Twitter handle is at Sri Nithyananda. You can search for the official Twitter handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Make sure that you're following. And the next step that you will have to do is you will see the latest tweet would be that of the live stream. So you're going to retweet it with, you can reply to that tweet with the hashtag Ask the Avatar and your questions about whatever you would like to ask Devi Parashakti. The next platform we're looking at is Instagram. Head over to Instagram and search for Sri Nithyananda, which is the official Instagram account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Under the latest post, you can post your questions to Devi Parashakti about whatever you'd like to ask Devi Parashakti and to receive her grace and blessings. The next option, the next method through which we can reach out is heading over to kailasa.org. So once you head over to kailasa.org, you can scroll down to the bottom of the page, where towards the left-hand corner, you will see that there is an option to chat and ask your questions directly through the WhatsApp. So you can avail any of these methods and ask your questions to Devi Parashakti. Let us now look at some of the offerings to Devi Parashakti. There are various references in the Puranas and Itihasas that describe about offering. One of the references is from Bhagavad Purana. Dharma yayashaser taya kavaya swajanaya cha panchagna vibhajan vittam mihammutra cha modate. One part should be used for dharma, second for yasha, third should be invested for gaining more wealth, and fourth should be used for enjoyment of material things, and the fifth one should be used for the family and friends. So the Bhagavad Purana very clearly describes that 20% of whatever you generate should be donated for dharma. Grihe dashagunam dhanam goshte chaiva shatadikam punyatirteshu sahasram manantam shiva sannidau. Dana given at home yields 10 times as much merit as when made elsewhere. 100 times when made in a Goshala, 1,000 times when made in sacred places, and an infinite number of times when made in the premises of a Shivalinga. Danam Trividamityethat Nishte Jeshtamadhyamam Tatra Naishwaryam Jeshtam Kanishtam Swartha Siddhayet Karunyat Sarvabhuteshu Samvibhagastu Madhyamaha. Dana given in order to achieve moksha is considered the most valuable form. Dana given out of pity or kindness for others or for one's own kith and kin is considered to be of the medium, and it's also called as a daya dana. Dana given to achieve one's own selfish ends is the least valued of all. The first offering to Devi Parashakti is the Ihundi. Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharada Radhya Sharvani Sharmadayini. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all the fears. If there are any fears in the mind of the devotees, Devi will surely remove those fears. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in the autumn of our lives, when the thoughts are turned more and more inwards, when the role of the divine becomes known and understood clearly in us. You can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, and your name shall be chanted during the offering to Devi Parashakti. The next offering is the Sankalpa chanting at $1. Taya tanmohyate vishwam saiva vishwam prasuyate saya chitta cha vijnanam tushtaruddhim prayachati. The goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to the universe. The goddess, being prayed without interest in any things, gives knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in materialistic sense. The offering of the Sankalpa chanting is at $1. Offer the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, which blesses the people who are offering with the fruition of desires that he or she is yearning for. Let us now look at some of the offerings of gold, and let us learn about the significance of gold. Gold is present in all the sacred scriptures such as the Vedas, Agamas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, and Puranas. In all the Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our very being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual feasts were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and was used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold, streets would have huge columns of gold, huge archways of gold, and horses and cows were dressed in gold. The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of the rivers of gold. Indus River was called as Hiranmaya in the Rig Veda, and River Saraswati is called as the Hiranyavartini in the Atharvana Veda. Gold is the supreme element for the offering of gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed in gold, deities are made in gold, decked in gold, adorned in gold, because it preserves the enlightenment energy forever. The first offering to Devi Parashakti is the Sahasranama Swarnakasa, with the denominations of 75, 151, and $251. Nama Parayana Prita, the one who likes the repetition of our names. This offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti is a very special and very unique archana offered to Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. Offer the gold coin to Devi Parashakti to manifest any dimension or attribute of hers that you always wanted to imbibe in you. The next offering is the Muktangoti, the finger ring with a pearl, with the denominations 251, 501, and $750. Muktaharala Satkirita Ruchiram Purnendu Vaktra Prabham Shinjannupura Kinkini Manidaram Padma Prabha Basuram Sarvabhishta Pradam Girisutam Phanirama Sevitam Neenakshim Pranatosmi Santatamaham Karunyavaranidim. I bow to goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. Offer the finger ring with a pearl to Devi Parashakti and experience blessings and healing with your mother. The next offering is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus, which is $600. अष्टविद्येश्वरोपेता कुम्भावरणसंयुतं सर्वसा सूत्रवस्त्राद्या हेमपङ्कजभूषिता. All the kalasha should be worn around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. There are hundreds of scriptural references for using the lotus in the worship of the ultimate. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate includes the lotus flower. The lotus itself is a divine flower, whether it is the consecration of the deities or the meditation, mudras, asanas that are used during the worship. In every dimension, lotus is involved and offered. The Shakti of Paramashiva is also called lotus. The base of Paramashiva Linga is also a lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as a lotus about to bloom. Offer the golden lotus in any size that you wish and express your gratitude to the Tyaga and the sacrifice of your mother. The next offering is the Swarnametti at $750 US. Nakadhititi sanjanna namajjanna tamoguna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. You whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of your ignorance from the minds of your devotees, who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. The 83rd verse of the Saundari Lahari describes that the nails of the Parashakti have been sharpened by constantly being touched with the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi Parashakti. Tamoguna is the darkness. In this stotram, tamas is indicative of ignorance in the minds of the devotees, and by constantly prostrating before Devi Parashakti, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. Offer the touring to Devi Parashakti, adorning her sacred feet to be in constant gratitude to receive her blessings in your life. The next offering is the Swarna Mangtika at $750 US. Sudha Sarabhi Varshini, the one who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara. Offer the Mangtika to Devi Parashakti and receive the blessings of achieving blissful state of overflowing gratitude and a space of complete completion. Let us look at some of the offerings to the Guru. Napaduka paro manyo na deva shri guru paraha nahi sakshat paradhiksha na punyam kula pujanat. There is no mantra higher than Paduka, no god higher than Guru, no initiation higher than Shakti, and no merit higher than the Kula worship. This is from the Kularnava Tantra, chapter 12, verse 12. Rikta hastascha no peya drajanan devatam gurum phala pushpyam bharadini yasha shaktya samarpayet evam yo na charad devi brahmarakshas rajet. One should not approach royalty, the deity or the guru empty-handed. He should offer a fruit, flower, cloth, and the likes according to his capacity. One who does not do so becomes a Brahmarakshasa. Koti koti mantra japa, koti tiyeta vagahanat, koti devachana devi parashri paduka smritihi. O Devi, remember, this paduka, which yields infinitely greater merit than billions and billions of mantra japa, billions and billions of worship, billions and billions of pilgrimages. Offer the Pratyakshapada Puja to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at $1,000 US. The next offering is the Vastra Seva at $1,000 US, where you can offer the clothes to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Head over to gateway.nithyanandeshwarahindutemple.org/NHTLA. You can head over to this link where you can register yourself for the various rituals and the various offerings to Devi Parashakti and to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we also have the upcoming Paramashivoham Level 3 program from June 1st to 21st. Head over to kailasa.org/Paramashivoham and register yourself for the Paramashivoham Level 3 program. Let us now move on to the next segment of today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan after a short break. We request all the participants to stay tuned.
alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth.
Nithyanam, everybody, welcome back. Let us now enter into the next segment, which is the glimpses of the glorious past. On this, the day of 10th May, we're going to look at various happenings from the life of the Supreme Pontiff on this day. On 10th of May 2004, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism visited the sacred rock at the Pavadakundra in Tiruvannamalai, where he had the first experience of the purpose of his birth. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's first spiritual experience happened when he was still a child during the Purnima, the full moon day in Tiruvannamalai. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was sitting on the coral rock. He was playfully experimenting with the simple technique of trying to find the source of his thoughts. As he was doing so, the first thing happened to him was that he is not solid as he always thought. The mind and body are not solid. Secondly, he slowly observed that his eyes are closed because of the deep silence. Next, he noticed that something opened up inside him, which is beyond his two eyes. The moment it happened, he was not only able to see what was in front of him, but was also able to see a 360-degree vision. It was not just seeing, but he felt himself as everything as a part of him. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism felt that the idea of boundary or a border was completely broken, and he could see everything around him, including all the 8 directions, above and below. As alive as one could feel in their body, that same life, that same presence he had experienced around him. And here we're looking at the 10th of May 2006, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the 4th Acharya training program at the picturesque camp at Buckhorn near Los Angeles. Since the very first day of that, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism undertook his mission. He has been consistently organizing, training, and inspiring everyone, and thus ultimately setting the solid foundations for the revival of KAILASA nation. And below are some of the photographs taken on that day, the 8th day of this convention. And here we're looking at the 10th of May 2007, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave deeper insights on the center of our being, where we are all enlightened. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further explained that Paramashiva has given over 112 meditation techniques to provide different methodologies and different methods for various people to experience enlightenment and to fall in tune with the bliss consciousness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained that these methods help to sharpen our awareness to take the jump. We train our awareness to catch the neutral space where the unclutching happens. Though the sharpened awareness, we can stay centered in our Atma before any suffering starts in our inner space. Let us look at a beautiful glimpse from this day.
I had very abusive childhood, disturbed childhood, disturbed past. Here Mahadeva is giving you the technique to heal the disturbed past. Let us see how he is helping us to fall into that 4th state, Samadhi, from these 3 states. When you want to do this technique, actually every night you can do this technique. It does not need a separate time. All of you are going to fall asleep every day. Every day you are going to fall asleep. It means every day you are going to jump from waking state to dream state or deep sleep state. Every day. That jumping moment itself, you can use it for enlightenment. If you try just for 1 month, I can promise at least one day you will have that click. It doesn't take more than 20-30 days. Maximum 20-30 days only. Every possibility, you can have that glimpse within 20 days. Within 20 days. First thing, switch off the light and get ready. Lie down completely. Rest in a complete relaxed way. Wait in a very passive way. Don't try to sleep. You can't actually try to sleep. Anyway, if you try to sleep, you will only postpone sleeping. You will only postpone sleeping. People come and tell me, Swamiji, I have sleeping disorder, I can't sleep. See, this country, so much of exploitation goes on in the name of sleeping disorder. No, really. No, really. Understand, first thing, if you are not falling asleep, your body does not need. That is why you are not falling asleep. You being taught that you need 8 hours sleep as a compulsory or 6 hours sleep, that's a first crime. Your body is much more intelligent than your doctors. Understand? No, really. Really. If your body does not fall asleep at particular time, it does not need. Then you may ask, no, working hours, it tries to fall asleep. Just take vacation for a few months, nothing wrong. Your body is much more important than your job.
Now really I tell you, the best way to come out of sleeping disorders, don't decide to have continuously go on pills. No. Sleeping pills won't help you. Take 1 week or 1 month vacation. Sleep whenever you feel like. Wake up when you feel like. Within 20-30 days, your body will fall in rhythm. That's the best way. I have healed thousands of people. Understand? When I talk, when I say all these things, I mean, and I am responsible. And I am responsible. Understand? Your body is not income source for me. I have no vested interest. That is why I am telling you the truth as it is. You can't expect truth from the people for whom your body is an income source. Your body or mind is an income source for them. How can you expect truth from them? Forget about it. Let me be very clear. When I make these statements, I am responsible. In last 4 years of my public life, I have touched personally 1.2 million seekers. People who are initiated. If you see the people who are wearing the mala, if you are wearing the mala, you are among that 1.2 million. 1.2 million people around the world have been initiated. And at least 100,000 I have personally healed. With my experience, let me tell you, just decide, if you have a sleeping disorder, decide to have 1 month vacation. Don't even bother to cook. Just get your food from somewhere. Eat when you feel like eating. Sleep completely when you feel like sleeping. Your body will come back to its natural rhythm. You have disturbed your body's rhythm. That is why you are suffering with sleeping disorders. Sleeping pills won't cure you. That will only create one more addiction. One more addiction. If you don't feel like falling asleep, don't sleep. Over. When you feel like sleeping, just sleep. Over. If you are sleeping only 4 hours per day, be happy. Be happy, nothing wrong. But you are made to believe if you don't sleep this many hours, you will have this problem, this and that. I tell you, it's a lie taught to you. Your unconscious is programmed. Let me tell you some basic business secrets. No, I'm really giving you some basic business secrets. In the religion, before making you as a disciple, the so-called religious system first makes you feel guilty for something. Only if you feel guilty, you will obey. Now that is a basic truth. You will be made to feel guilt for something for which you are not responsible. Once you feel the guilt, you can be exploited. All system which exploits you teaches you something which is not natural to you. First thing, they will put that thought or the belief into your head. Into your head. Once you believe that logically, now you are ready to be exploited. Basic thing, you need this many hours of sleep is a lie taught to you. Your body is intelligent enough to decide how many hours sleep it needs and when it wants to sleep. In traditional yogic system, we have two things called Chandramana and Sauramana. Chandramana means people who will feel alive late night and who can't remain awake in the early morning. All modern day young kids. They are all Chandramanis. And another one thing, Sauramana. Sauramanis will sleep early. But after 8 o'clock in the night, they can't. They will say bye, goodbye. But early morning, 3 o'clock, they will be out. But these fools always, they force the kids also to do the same thing. They put little guilt also. Don't remain awake too late and don't sleep in the early morning. Nothing wrong. I tell you, Chandramani means people who remain late night, jumping and singing and dancing. who sleep early morning will be very intelligent. They will be very intelligent. Chandramanis will be very sharp. Shiva is basically Chandramani. Shiva is basically Chandramani. See, be very clear. Don't have guilt about your sleeping time and all those things. You having a guilt about your sleeping time is the first problem. Then you start believing you have a sleeping disorder. You are now ready to be exploited by the sleep bed number, sleep number. I was shocked. What all nonsense goes on? No, really. Some sleep number, some this bed, that bed, this pill, that pill, and so many nonsense. Now, in my whole life, I never had a problem. See, when I stretch my hand, eating. When I stretch my leg, sleeping. Over. Now, that is what I know as life. When you stretch your hand, sleeping, eating. When you stretch your leg, sleeping. Over. Instead of making the whole thing such a simple, you are taught to believe you have some disorder, only then you will be ready to be exploited. Understand? If you don't fall asleep, perfectly all right, just remain awake, lie down. Don't try to sleep. You trying to sleep will never help you. That's a first mistake. That is a first mistake. Never believe you have some disorder. Let you save yourself. Let you save yourself. These are all few basic important truths. How to protect yourself. No, really. How to protect yourself? Consciously, so much of damage is done to people by teaching lies, by teaching wrong things, by forcing the idea that you are abnormal. That is the first sin. When you start believing unconsciously you have a sleeping disorder, then you will connect all your problems with that. All your problems with that. And anything, you will start connecting to that. See, once you believe that you have some Ragu dosha, Kedu dosha or Sanigraha, even your small accident or somebody coming and hitting your car, you will blame that Shani, poor fellow. He did not pay to that the other person and tell, hey, go and hit his car. Some accident also, you will blame that poor guy who is sitting somewhere who is not even aware of what is happening with you. The God becomes a dustbin for you. Anything which you don't want, dump it on his head. That's a problem. Anyhow, use this technique. This will be a very powerful technique. Not only to heal your sleeping disorders, it can take you beyond sleep. It can take you beyond sleep. Let me tell you, from my experience, hardly I sleep 2 to 3 hours. If you come and live around me, you will understand. I rest my body 2 to 3 hours. Not only just me, 150 of my swamis don't sleep more than 4 hours per day. I have 150 of my swamis who are from 14 to 80. From 14 to 80, I have swamis, 88, sorry, not even 80, 88. They don't sleep more than 4 hours. And it is just because I give them the clear understanding whether they are Chandramani or Sauramani, whether they are sun oriented or moon oriented. All you need to understand is which one makes you feel comfortable, sun oriented or moon oriented. Just adjust your routine. Over.
We saw the beautiful satsang where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained about the Chandramani and the Suryamanis. Let us now look at the next year on this day, 16th of May 2008, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the the second day of the Nithyananda Convention in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, on 10th of May 2008. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at the end of the convention attended tirelessly to each and every individual attending the convention. He enriched, blessed, and healed couples and elders with the love, compassion, and deep listening, after which each person experienced deep connection with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and felt that the Supreme Pontiff was there for them only. Here we are looking at the year of 2011 on 10th of May when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed about the Patanjali Yoga Sutras. Let us look at a glimpse from that day.
सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, samajis, satsangis sitting with us around the world at this moment, at least in 254 places through NTV and 6 places through video conferencing, having Anadiksha, and in 90 cities in 14 countries. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the devotees, disciples sitting with us around the world. The cities having Nayana with two-way video conferencing are San Jose, Ohio, Seattle, Los Angeles, Phoenix, and Vancouver. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let's enter into today's subject. Today we are entering into the next chapter in Patanjali's Yoga Sutra called Kaivalya Pada. Patanjali describes after and side effects and the very signs of Kaivalya. Please understand. The Kaivalya, Samadhis, side effects and after effects are always positive, good, right. But you need to know the side effects and after effects of Kaivalya so that you can be in rest. Kaivalya, the very word is a beautiful word. Kevala means oneness, nothing but, nothing else. The pure aloneness, not loneliness. Please understand. When you are one but still having the craving for the other, it is loneliness. But when you are one and complete by your existence, it is aloneness. The pure aloneness, all oneness is aloneness. All oneness is aloneness. When you feel still the need of something else, somebody else. See, naturally need something to take a loan. When you are in the need of loneness, you are in loneliness. Kevala means the pure aloneness. The signs of pure aloneness. What constitutes aloneness? What are the side effects and after effects of aloneness? And unnecessary myths surrounded around the aloneness. Everything is clearly presented in the form of a beautiful, reproducible science by Patanjali. Power of Kaivalya. Let me enter into the sutras. The 4th chapter, 1st verse. In Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, 163rd Sutra, subject, the science of miracles. In the first sutra itself, Patanjali talks beautifully, step by step, the science of miracles. Get the book. Janma Aushadihi Mantra Tapa Samadhichara Siddhaya Janma Aushadi Mantra Tapa Samadhichara Siddhaya. Swami Vivekananda translates the sutra as the siddhis or powers are attained by birth, chemical means, power of words, mortification or concentration. Swami Prabhupada translates as the psychic powers may be obtained either by birth or by means of drugs, or by power of words, or by the practice of austerities, or by concentration. Siddhis, Swami Satchidananda translates as siddhis are born practices performed in previous births, or by herbs, mantra repetition, asceticism, or by samadhi. Bhagavan Osho translates this as the powers are revealed at birth, are acquired through drugs, repeating sacred words, austerities or samadhi. I humbly disagree with all the translations. With all my due respects to all the great masters, I wanted to repeat, I humbly disagree with all the translations. Unfortunately, all these translations are done by the masters after the British era, where much of this science and knowledge about cities are lost. And I am not boasting or egoistic. I just wanted to present the facts in front of you. I had the fortune of sitting at the feet of few people who had the complete knowledge of all dimensions of cities. So I take up the sutra, break word by word. First I'll explain why I differ. Next I'll say what really I wanted to express. Third, is really Patanjali wanted my interpretation, what I am expressing. What I am trying to convey. So I will do this step by step because this one sutra, understood properly, opens thousands of doors, not just for miracle powers or psychic powers. It opens the door for very enlightenment itself. I call enlightenment as complete when extraordinary powers and experiences expresses through you. Please understand. There are hundreds and hundreds of masters saying siddhis are not required to be expressed along with enlightenment. I do accept. But at least from my experience and an analysis, thoroughly, there is no master who is truly enlightened and through whom siddhis are not expressed. You cannot hide enlightenment in a single body. Understand? It is not like some ornament or a weapon. You can have it in your case. No. You can't possess it. That possesses you. You do not create context. Context creates you. I'll explain the keywords in the sutra. Keywords are Janma, Aushadhi, Mantra, Tapa, Samadhi, Siddhi. But through medicines or drugs, mantra, sound, tapaha, austerity, samadhi, no equivalent, but you can say enlightenment. Siddhi. Again, I call this word as attainment. Unfortunately, maybe the lack of words, or I don't know, these words have been translated in a very incomplete way by many of the different translators, especially the Siddhi word. When this word Siddhi is translated as just psychic powers or mental powers, the whole sutra loses its strength. Especially because of the word drug, medicine happens. All masters
masters took up the meaning of miracle or the psychic powers to the word siddhi, because nobody can trust, nobody is able to think the siddhi, the ultimate enlightenment itself or the kaivalya itself can be experienced just by medicines. I am telling you from my authority, and all the great masters under whose feet I sat and learned, from their authority, enlightenment, the ultimate spiritual experience, can be experienced just straight by medicines, not the drugs. Please understand, not the LSD or other addictive drugs. No. Through proper Siddha medicines, which raises your consciousness and awareness more and more and more, the direct, complete enlightenment itself can be achieved just through Aushadhi. Please understand. Not only the LSD drugs cannot lead you to enlightenment or extraordinary powers, it can only disturb your health. But I tell you, the Siddha tradition has enough of medicines, herbs, not only which can give the extraordinary powers, it can lead you to directly enlightenment. There are some masters who believe the Siddha medicines, the Aushadas, can give extraordinary powers, but not enlightenment itself. But I tell you, from my experience, the attainment, siddhi, when I say the word attainment, I mean kaivalya, establishing yourself in enlightenment, which expresses extraordinary powers and experiences. Which expresses extraordinary powers and experiences, not just being in samadhi. Please understand. I am defining kaivalya, siddhi, exactly as Patanjali wants. Many translators tend to translate this word siddhi as just psychic powers and mental powers. If that is the case, why Patanjali is keeping this sutra as the first sutra in Kaivalya Pada? Please understand. The last chapter, Patanjali is completely explaining about different mental powers, psychic powers and different miracles. If the word siddhi is supposed to be translated as miracles or psychic powers, Patanjali would have kept this sutra in last chapter, and he is introducing here a new chapter, Kaivalya Pada. Why will he talk about something else in the first sutra? So we need to understand, when Patanjali means siddhi, he means establishing yourself in enlightenment, which expresses extraordinary powers and experiences. Kaivalya. So the word siddhi should not be translated as psychic powers or mental powers. It should be translated as attainment, establishing yourself in enlightenment, which expresses extraordinary powers and experiences and the great knowledge, the ability to reproduce the same experiences in others through the words, initiation and by the mere presence. The ability to transmit
ability to establish and transmit the enlightenment experience and extraordinary powers and experiences. That's what I call as Kaivalya, attainment, Siddhi. The word Siddhi cannot be superficially translated as psychic powers or just mental powers. Now let's analyze this sutra. Janma, by birth, you can radiate this quality. Only these beings are called incarnations. People express these qualities by birth. Aushadhi. Here I need to introduce the great science of alchemy. Just by the proper herbs, Siddha medicines, not only you can experience extraordinary powers and experiences, you can experience and get established in enlightenment itself. Please understand. In my young age, I have seen hundreds of ways the extraordinary powers and capabilities expressed by my own masters, the Siddhas. When I wanted to go for Parivrajaka at the age of 12, my master, Uppamma, Vibhudananda, she started sending me, she inspired me to travel to different pilgrimages, different places, temples. This pilgrimage is my life. There are some things I can say I am fanatic about. That one is temple, means building temples. Second, visiting temples. Just yesterday, all my routine got over. All my commitments like inner awakening, NSP and everything. Today I am disappearing. I am going for some temples. Not only I go on creating temples, I always love to visit temples. Of course, let me correct my word. I am not disappearing, I am going to different temples. Because we don't know who are all watching and what meaning they will make for it. When I wanted to travel to different places, after she inspired me, she just gave me one small root of a particular plant and told me, whenever I feel hungry, just scratch, means just rub that herb on my stomach or on the liver area. I don't know how you will believe. I used that herb from the age of 12 to 25 till I settled back into my body after realizing my avataric mission, the purpose of my life. I realized it at the age of 22, January 1st. That was the time I had a very strong experience where I was revealed my life's mission and equipped with all the powers and experiences necessary to execute that mission. Then it took 1 year to settle into the body and start the mission. So till I settled, I used that herb. I don't know how many hundreds of times, if not thousands.
Every time I use that herb, hunger and thirst just disappear. Please understand, just disappear. Unfortunately, I have that herb, still it is there. And I will prove scientifically the power of that herb. I have seen in my life these herbs give the extraordinary powers and experiences. I can tell you from my predecessor's life, when Enlightenment Siddhartha, who was in Arunachala, who is my predecessor, he received enlightenment just by herb. His guru, Navanada Siddha, was going for a walk and he saw this Enlightenment, a shepherd boy, very obedient, respectful, asking the Guru for the blessings to attain enlightenment or Kaivalya, ultimate. All Navananda Siddha did is he got a small cup of milk and he plucked some herb, mixed it, asked him to drink. That shepherd drank, he became enlightened and Enlightenment. How nice it will be to have a pill for enlightenment. Not only I will prove to society, Siddha tradition still has secret herbs which can awaken your non-mechanical parts of the brain and make you established in enlightenment and can give you the extraordinary powers and experiences. By birth and by medicines and by mantra, sound can not only give you the extraordinary powers and experiences, it can directly lead you to be established in the ultimate enlightenment itself. Mantra sound can lead to extraordinary experiences and being established in enlightenment, Kaivalya. See, the sound of Kaivalya is meditated upon, you experience Kaivalya. The sound of Kaivalya is the Omkara which cannot be contained just inside that A-U-M-O syllable. O is only a deity of real Omkara. That itself is not Omkara, please understand. Omkara is the uncreated sound, Anagata Dhvani of universe, Kaivalya. When you meditate upon that, you will experience being established in enlightenment and extraordinary powers and experiences. The fourth way is tapaha, austerity. Austerity is not complete word, but I am using the word austerity because lack of word. The society from which this language is created, English, they do not know the concept of tapaha. So, only the superficial word austerity can be used. I will translate the word tapaha exactly. The ability to be with the ultimate truth and allowing that truth to express through your body and mind, trusting it even before you experienced it. So through the trust, being open to those great powers and experiences to express through your system is tapaha. You may not be enlightened now, but trusting the great truth of enlightenment and allowing that great truth to express through your body and mind
being a channel for the great truth to express itself through you is what I call tapa. Being available with a deep trust for the great truths even before you experienced it in the factual level. Bringing actuality to factuality is tapas. Next, samadhi means the glimpse of kaivalya. Understand? Glimpse of samadhi is sadhuri. Glimpse of kaivalya is samadhi. Samadhi means experiencing the extraordinary opening into the cosmos. Kaivalya means not only experiencing, expressing the extraordinary powers and capacities and experiences of samadhi. Please understand. Samadhi is like becoming a king of a country. Kaivalya is like a ruling property. Radiating samadhi is kaivalya. So all these five directly leads to attainment of kaivalya, means not only enlightenment, expressing the extraordinary experiences and powers of enlightenment. That is what Patanjali calls by the word siddhi. Not just psychic powers or occult powers or mystic powers are called siddhi. Siddhi means establishing yourself in enlightenment and expressing the extraordinary powers and experiences of enlightenment. Please understand, there was always a fight between these two groups, teacher gurus and mystic gurus. The teacher gurus who does not express or have these extraordinary powers and experiences, they go on abusing the mystic gurus who have expresses extraordinary powers and experiences. Understand, the real kaivalya is establishing yourself in enlightenment and expressing extraordinary powers and the experiences to transmit this enlightenment to the next generation. These teacher gurus always abuse mystic gurus, and these mystic gurus do not abuse because, see, when you don't have money, when you are poor, you always abuse the rich people and try to be communist and try to do all the things to destroy the richness of the rich people. You're jealous. But when you are rich, you just do your job. Once in a while, the mystic gurus have to reply back to shut these teacher gurus. I tell you, the combination of mystic guru and teacher guru is happening first time in man. Unfortunately, all these mystic gurus do not have the orating capacity to compete with these teacher gurus and break their logic with their own logic. See, all the mystic gurus, they will express the mystic powers. Unfortunately, they were never orators. They never challenged these teacher gurus, these sad gurus. Always these teacher gurus will be orators, loud, but will not have the power to express extraordinary powers. And same way mystic gurus, they will express extraordinary powers and miracles, will not be able to stand in the stage and express this whole thing as a science. I can give you hundreds of examples for teacher gurus and mystic gurus. First time, I am not only a mystic guru, I can challenge the logic of the teacher gurus. I wanted to tell all the teacher gurus, sad gurus, what you are doing is a wonderful work, but stop abusing these mystic gurus. Stop claiming monopoly over spirituality. Now these teacher gurus have brought a lot of confusion to the planet without understanding the whole truth. These fools do not know what a joy is experienced by disciples and devotees when some extraordinary powers and experiences are shared. Understand the essence of the sutra by birth, by medicines, Siddha medicines, by the sound, by tapa, austerity, by enlightenment, samadhi. The Kaivalya, Siddhi. Siddhi means being established in enlightenment, radiating and sharing the extraordinary powers and experiences. This is what I call Siddhi. This is what Patanjali wants to call as Siddhi. This can be attained through all the above 5 means. This is the sacred secret Patanjali wants to reveal to the world through the sutra. In the next satsangs, I'll explain sacred secrets in every word: Janma, Aushadhi, Mantra, Tapa, Samadhi. So that the deeper and deeper understandings and experiences lands on all of you. I bless you all who are sitting with us at this moment, at least 518 places through NTV.
We saw a beautiful video when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed about the mystical sciences described by Patanjali in his Yoga Sutras. On the 10th of May 2012, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted a press meeting with the Madurai 292nd Guru Mahasannidhanam. The Madurai Adinam preserved the blueprint of this enlightenment ecosystem through the sacred of lineage gurus of pontiffs. The chosen emissaries of Paramashiva and Paramashakti, the pontiffs are the direct embodiments of the cosmos. With the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being the 293rd pontiff of the Madurai Adinam, Kailasa's national anthem begins with a verse that addresses the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as Kailasonata Dwadashanta Shamala Pitharuda. Later that day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism received the visit of many VIPs who came there to receive his blessings and to reconfirm their loyalty to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the Madurai Adinam. And here we're looking at 10th of May 2013 when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the Nitya Satsang presented the great question of why and why we need to meditate, why is Kriya necessary, why do our Sangha Acharyas teach us the 4 principles. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained that there is no definitive answer to the why of the universe, and any why must be answered by the questioners themselves. As we understand the deeper spiritual mysteries, the answer becomes self-evident. We grasp it without explanation. This answer is different for each individual as we increase in our level of maturity and awareness. The answer also evolves and changes. Let us look at a beautiful Nithyananda Times video magazine from this day.
Today in Nithyananda TV News, morning satsang with Paramahamsa Nithyananda and medical camp in Tiruvannamalai. Nithyanandam, and welcome to Nithyananda TV News for Friday, May 10th, 2013, during the Purnatla Ratao, the season of completion leading up to Guru Purnima, July 22nd. Now for today's top stories. Morning Satsang with Paramahamsa Nithyananda. In today's morning Satsang, Swamiji presents the great question of why. Why do we need to meditate? Why is Kriya necessary? Why do our Sangha Acharyas teach the four principles? Swamiji tells there is no definitive answer to the why of the universe, and why must be answered by the questioners themselves. As we understand deeper spiritual mysteries, the answer becomes self-evident. We grasp it without explanation. This answer is different for each individual, and as we increase in our level of maturity and awareness, even the same answer evolves and changes.
Person who is matured enough to ask why, but unable to grasp the answer, he enters into the realm of human beings. He can be considered as animal human, little animal. Person who is able to ask why, and able to grasp the answer for that why, becomes human being. He is free from suffering. He will be filled in joy forever. The being who is able to ask why, grasp the answer for the why, and discovers the answer for his own why, discovers his own answer for his own why, is a Jivan Mukta. So why this great why? Till you understand why this great why this great why will be in your consciousness as why this great why. Understand? Till you are able to grasp why this great why, your inner space will continue to have this one question, why this great why, and why this great why will not disappear till you find out why this great why.
Medical camp in Tiruvannamalai. Every month, a free medical camp is being conducted from Tiruvannamalai Ashram. Last month, on the 28th of April, the medical camp saw 150 people attending for blood pressure checking and sugar testing. That's all for Nithyananda TV News for now. Thank you for joining us.
Here we are looking at the 10th of May 2014, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the Varanasi Inner Awakening Day 9 and the Meenakshi Kalyanam. During the day's presidential briefing, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expanded about what makes a being enlightened. He told that the enlightenment itself is difficult if you put your energy in too many directions, and it is easy if you focus your energy in one direction. He said, my DNA will become what I am, and the key is decision to be bigger than anything which cannot be accomplished by making others smaller or by war. Let us look at a Nithyananda Times video magazine from this day.
organizations embodies Kashi is Vishwanath Temple, Annapurni Temple and Kashi Vidvat Parishad. Head of all the three are here today to welcome all of us to Varanasi. The oldest deity, Kashi Vishwanatha, the temple head is here. The oldest temple, Annapurna Mandir, the Mahanji is here. And oldest educating organization, Kashi Vidvat Parishad, representatives here. All of them are here to receive us, welcome us in Varanasi. Already Mahanji has organized and I have received the formal invitation from the head of the Kashi Vishwanath temple. We are all going to have one more Rudrabhishekam and Darshan in Kashi Vishwanath temple and Annapurni temple. This city, most fascinating. You just go on and on and on. I can say only one word. This is the physical manifestation and representation of the whole Hinduism, Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Anything you call as Hinduism belongs to this city. Whether Moksha Dayini Ganga or Kala Bhairava, Mahadeva Vishwanatha or Annapurani, all the gods known to the world as Hindu gods are present here, are available here, are living here. I can be very sure Varanasi has more Shivalingas than the population of Varanasi.
The world famous temple Annapurna Mandir, His Holiness Sri Rameshwar Puriji, Annapurna Trust is one of the largest trust in India, which is serving thousands of people food free every day. The representative from Kashi Vidvat Parishad, Dr. Ram Narayan Dubey, is also here.
I would like to introduce Arun Kumar Mishra, who is the chief of Kashi Vishwanath Temple.
I really wanted to come and it's a miracle that I'm here. I convinced all my dad, grandparents, mom single-handedly this time. It was amazing, the Shivoham process. I saw this black dot coming from my third eye and then I told Swamiji about it in the question and answer session and he said it's my third eye is getting awakened and I'll be able to blindfold it in 2 days time.
Shivoham, my God, the soul, what can you do? I'm not able to put it in the word, the experience, we had it so much. The evening, the darshan as a Kalabhairavas, he came and be with us. I mean, he was in everybody being, he filled with everybody being. I was so emotional because the way we had the darshan and the experience, unbelievable.
Let us now look at this day on 10th of May 2015, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed about the Vishwanatha temple. Throughout the sessions of the Inner Awakening Convention, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism invoked the presence of Paramashiva, Yamadharma, the Lord of Death, to reveal the truth as it is without any propositions and suppositions, to let the whole universe live in reality. With the Shanti Mantra, the peace invocation, he introduced this third book, the Vedic Book of Death, where Yamadharma becomes the most compassionate master to Nachiketa and reveal about his own experience at the Manikarnika Ghat. Here we are looking at the 10th of May 2016, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted day 7 of the Living Shuddhadvaitam Convention in the Ujjain Adhinam as part of the most auspicious and the holiest event of the Mahakumbha Mela. During the presidential address, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further revealed the science of levitation and expanded on the psychology, physiology, and the physical levitation. Let us now look at a brief glimpse from this.
Please understand. The next initiation is levitation. Psychological levitation and physiological levitation. These two are the powers related to Sahasrara. Before the initiation, you have to finish the samskara dahana kriya. Means you have to burn all your pain patterns. Listen carefully. I am explaining the principle. When you breathe with thinking, means your breathing is happening, thinking is also happening. That is called prana. Your breathing is happening, thinking is not happening. Like in the deep sleep, the night, deep sleep, your breathing will happen, but thinking is not happening. That is called samana. Now, even while you are awake, I am going to infuse samana in you. Listen carefully. While you are breathing and thinking together, the process is called prana. While you are breathing but not thinking, example is the midnight deep sleep, when you don't even have a dream. You are breathing, but you are not thinking. That process is called samana. Now, I am going to infuse samana in you even while you are awake. While you are awake. So naturally what will happen? Your whole psychology will become so light, you will feel like it is flowing, it is floating on the air. When the psychological levitation happens, automatically physiological levitation starts happening. Means the body will start jumping. Then the physical levitation, it will raise and be there in the air for quite a few minutes. Understand? This is a 3-step. Psychological levitation, feeling so much of lightness. You will feel as if your whole being is floating. Second, physiological levitation means your intra-organs will become light and it will start jumping. Like a equivalent to your weight, the samana will get filled in you. So it will jump, but in few seconds you will fall back. It will jump and you will fall back. That is physiological levitation. Then comes physical, means more than your physical weight, the samana energy will stay in you. So for that many seconds or minutes, you will be able to be in the air. And don't think I cannot levitate. No. Anyhow, you are not going to. I'm going to make it. So you just be free from your idea of whether you can or not. If you can sit in Padmasana, that will be great. If you can't, listen carefully. If you can't sit in Padmasana, sit in Ardha Padmasana. If you sit in this posture, you will not doubt whether you are lifting or it is doing it by itself. In this posture, you can never lift yourself. Even normally, you cannot lift yourself. In this, surely you can't lift yourself. In this, any movement happens, it is only because of Kundalini. If you can't do both, it's okay, sit in the chair. I'll make the whole chair levitate. Listen carefully. You have two activity happening, inhaling and exhaling. You put your awareness and effort only on inhaling, automatically body will exhale. Let the body exhale automatically. You don't touch your nostrils. Just mentally put your awareness only on inhaling. Let body automatically exhale.
I am going to awaken the samana energy in your system even while you are awake. Means I am going to relieve you from all your patterns, pains, samskaras, incompletions. You are going to literally have the Shiva Bodha, the joy of patternlessness, joy of auspiciousness.
Here we are looking at the 10th of May 2017 when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had blessed a group of inner awakening participants with an opportunity to visit his birthplace in Tiruvannamalai. The Tiruvannamalai Adinam hosted a variety of events today on the auspicious occasion of the Chitra Purnima celebrations. Thousands had gathered for the free Kalpataru class happening in Tamil. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also initiated everyone who gathered into the Shiva Diksha and a sacred ritual in which the individuals are initiated into a mantra and taught how to worship Paramashiva as per the Shaiva Agamas. The Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul also conducted the Akashic readings, where they read out the cosmic archives and conducted the third eye demos throughout the day. Annadan free meals were served to anyone who visited the Adinam. Let us look at a beautiful Nithyananda Times video magazine from 10th of May 2017.
On the 20th day of inner awakening, His Holiness Paramahamsa Nithyananda conducted the mandala process. For this process, the participants sat around Swamiji in a sacred geometric formation with their Atmalinga, an energized spatika, held at the third eye. Other highlights of the day were the auction that was opened for the participants to buy jewelry worn by Swamiji himself and Malakamba yoga. This is an ancient form of yoga performed on a wooden pole and on a rope. There are references of Malakamba training in the ancient Puranas. It is an art that comes from Sadashiva.
Sadashivoham is a completely different genre altogether. The whole Inner Awakening program, which now has the Sadashivoham process. Now there are no more individual completion sessions or anything like that. That might have happened in the first 10 days. But then the last 10 days that we are experiencing now, it's only about power manifestation. And Swamiji has made it so easy. We really don't have to do too much. From our side, we just sit there in an initiation and he does the trick for us. I was not at all a big believer of all these Shaktis and everything until Swamiji started showing this to the world. And even then there is a little bit of skepticism. I'm a logical person by nature. I have this little skepticism in one corner of the mind, and all that got wiped out after you really expressing some of those powers yourself.
The kids of Nithyanandam program start with yoga in the morning. Yoga is not only about stretching the body, but about reaching the space of oneness with the cosmos, as explained in the Agamas. This helps a lot in manifesting the powers which express from that same space of oneness with Sadashiva.
जटाकटाह संभ्रम भ्रम निलिम्प निर्जरि विलोल वीचि वल्लरि विराजमान मूर्धनि धगद् धगद् धगज्ज्वल ललाट पट्ट पावके किशोर चन्द्रशेखरे प्रति प्रतीक्षणं मम
The time for the breakthrough, not just for human consciousness, but for the very consciousness itself has come. Understand? As of now, world's greatest spiritual happening is happening here, now, in Bengaluru Adinam. Sadashivatva, starting on May 13th, is not just Adinavasi orientation. Understand that 21 days of program to give a breakthrough in your very spiritual consciousness. In your very consciousness. It is not just fulfilling the purpose of human life. It is fulfilling purpose of very life.
May 13th is a grand program where for the first time Swami is going to officially initiate thousands of people across the globe to become his family member, which means becoming his family member means becoming a superhuman. And extraordinary preparations are going on here because for the first time Swamiji have opened the doors of Kailas to the entire world, and those who are taking the first jump, becoming the pioneer group of Nithyananda Adinavasi because of this spiritually awakened community which is Sadashivatva. Manifesting Sadashivatva and helping others to manifest Sadashivatva. The preparations going on are just mind-blowing, the way the entire team is thinking through to house and accommodate thousands of people as their family members. So I hope to see you there on May 13th. Please.
And here we're looking at the glimpses from the 10th of May 2018, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiated the delegates into the Vishesha Diksha. Additionally, on this day, the Uttamottama Seva was offered to Paramashiva in the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devasthanam, with various rituals, sevas, enriching activities, power manifestations, inspiring millions towards the science of enlightenment and Hinduism. And on 10th of May 2019, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expounded on the cosmic principles of the Jiva Samadhi of his Guru. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism announced the building of the Jiva Samadhi of his Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara, Paramashiva himself, which was scheduled to be inaugurated on 18th of May 2019. He shared that Arunagiri Yogeshwara blessed him to build on the land which was donated by his Purvashram family. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism announced that the Jiva Samadhi was getting built in granite stone on the exact spot Devi Parashakti had done her penance, and Paramashiva came in the form of a hunter to protect her. The Samadhis of his other gurus had already been built, and he had shared that ancient temple of Vedapurishwarar exists inside the Kailasa's property. He also shared that many decades ago, one great Siddha Purusha, known as Srinivasa Swamigal, revealed that in this very place, one of the incarnations will come and settle down. On this day, the traditional Brahmotsavam of the Enlightenment Day celebrations were held in the Adi Kailasa. And here we're looking at 10th of May 2020, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism graced and marked the season 4 of the day 4 of Paramashivoham on one of the major highlights station today being the power of body scanning. The darshan for today was Vaidishwara Bhava Samadhi Darshan, where the monastic members of the Nithyananda order affiliated the department with the Department of Education and conducted a series of seminars focusing on the truths of Aushadha process, Sarva Parityaga, completion truth patterns, and so on. And here we're looking at 10th of May 2021, when the ambassadors and the delegates of the Kailasa nation received the Shaktipada and the Shaktinipada with a live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the Devi Parashakti Akashic readings in Tamil for the whole of humanity. Furthermore, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave his respects and prayers for the Samadhi of His Holiness Pujya Sri Omkarananda Mahaswamiji. So with that, we are coming towards the conclusion of the glimpses of the glorious past. Let us now prepare ourselves to enter into the Nitya Satsang of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line as we prepare to enter and have and receive the Nitya Satsang by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Paramashiva's message directly from KAILASA. Listen. The existence of the super consciousness consciously, powerfully reflecting into your conscious existence, and your conscious existence recognizing your possibilities and powers of your superconscious existence is superconscious mutation. I wanted to make it very clear. This word mutants is misunderstood all over the world, especially the Hollywood movies and TV serials. The way they project the idea mutants, that is not the way Hinduism reveals about the conscious mutation. Please understand. The Hollywood movies and TV serials, what they talk about mutants is people with extra power, but not enlightenment or the intelligence, compassion to handle the power, compassion to handle the responsibility. It is more like a unconscious mutants from the lower worlds. Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Patala. The lower worlds. That concept only is presented in Hollywood movies and TV series like a Heroes, the New Heroes TV series. All these presents almost kind of a frightening depiction about the mutants. Completely forget about that. Understand what Hindu Shastras, Hindu scriptures, Vedas and Agamas, Puranas talk about superconscious mutation. From the vertical time zone, the higher conscious beings, people who achieved superconsciousness, those beings, their superconsciousness, when that reflects in your individual conscious existence, you start manifesting great enlightenment, intelligence, compassion, highest order of human values and divine qualities. With those jnana, buddhi, higher values, you start manifesting powers, extraordinary shaktis. Please understand. In India, even 200 years before, this was a lifestyle. Every village will have few Shatavadanis. Shatavadani means a person who can perform 100 acts at a time. Please understand. Great Vedic scholars in Hindu tradition developed these powers possibilities through the superconscious mutation. Through this superconscious mutation, they could perform 100 acts at a time, because all their non-mechanical parts of the brain was awakened through this superconscious mutation process. I want all of you to know elaborately our Hindu scriptures, history, books have documented. Puranas are not mythology or myth, it's a history. They have documented these superconscious mutants, people who had the superconscious mutation experience. The Panchapandavas' birth itself is a superconscious mutation. Kundi received the power to make the superconscious beings give their DNA and give birth to kids through their DNA. She brought Surya's DNA with the blessing of Surya. That superconscious mutant is Karna. Till the end, his great value, the greatest value of Surya is just giving. Radiance is his very nature. Anything Karna had, he just gave. The quality of giving, radiating, could never be removed from Karna because he is from the DNA of Surya. The greatest giver, Bhaskara, radiating. He gave his very life. Is the extraordinary giver. Then Kundi brought the DNA of Yamadharma Raja, Yama, who is the Lord of natural law, Dharma, and gave birth to a child in the same signs of superconscious mutation. Till the end, Dharma. Yudhishthira never violates Dharma. The way he upheld Dharma is unimaginable. It's because superconscious mutation. Then comes Bhima. It's a superconscious being, Vayu. His DNA was brought, and Vayu's very DNA, superconscious mutation has been done, and Bhima was born. The power Bhima radiated, the power of Vayu Bhagavan, the power Bhima radiated is unimaginable. Arjuna is a superconscious mutant of Indra. Then Nagula and Sahadeva, they are the superconscious mutants of Ashwini Kumaras. These great beings are all superconscious mutants. Understand? Our Idihasas, Puranas elaborately document these superconscious mutation and the signs of superconscious mutation. There's an elaborate description of the 7 enlightenment cities, Kashi, Kanchi, Madura, all these 7, Mayapuri, all these 7 enlightenment cities each having the population of 10,000 Sahasravadanis, 1 lakh Shadavadanis. Sahasravadani means who can perform 1,000 action at a time. Sadavadani means who can perform 100 action at a time. Please understand, what I am talking is not story. Even as recently as now, there are documentation in Mohal's court where they start awarding Shatavadanis. They start giving awards to Shatavadanis. There are documentation. In front of the court, people performed this 100 acts at a time. Forget all of that. Even now, in Andhra, the Telugu Brahmins community, they are keeping this tradition of Avatanis alive. The living stream is not dead. It is there still. It's there. Shodasavadanis, Ashtavadanis, still the tradition is there. In Andhra, the Telugu Brahmins tradition, and even the Telugu Brahmins who came and settled in the banks of Kaveri in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. All the 3, Godavari, Karnataka, Kaveri in Karnataka, Kaveri in the Tamil Nadu. In all 3 places, the Telugu Brahmins who came and settled are still keeping these Avadani traditions alive. Actually, there's an elaborate description how these rivers were energized with the superconscious energy for these Avadani traditions to be kept alive. The Ganga was used for Sahasravatana, Sahasravatanis, people who can perform 1,000 acts. They settled in Kashmir and Kashi. Then the next level, people who can perform little less than 1,000, but around 900. They settled in Yamuna. And you need to know, after the Ganga and Yamuna, people who can perform above 500, but less than 900. That group settled near Godavari. That is why when we describe the rivers and worship, Gange cha Yamune chaiva Godavari Saraswati. Saraswati does not come third. Godavari comes third. Then comes Saraswati. Gange cha Yamune chaiva Godavari Saraswati Narmade Sindhu Kaveri. It was different settlement of different Avadanis. There's an elaborate description of how these Avadanis are trained and how this science was kept alive. Avadani's training is one of the aspect of superconscious mutation. More than Avadani's, another important aspect of superconscious mutation is ability to use the astras. Ability to use the different organs, senses. Listen. Ability to use different organs and senses. That superconscious mutation is Avadani's. You will have an extraordinary capacity to smell, think, write poetry, recollect the numbers, names uttered, means the Jnanendriya, Karmendriya, Manas, Chitta, Buddhi, memory, everything will be fully active, alive, intensely, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. That is what is the definition of being an Avatani. All your Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas. Jnanendriya means the organs in your system which receives informations and processes. Karmendriya means organs in your system which performs actions. Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas and the internal organs who are responsible for Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas to be fully active and alive. Sorry for using too many Sanskrit terms. I'll try to translate every Sanskrit term I'm using and give English meaning. The knowledge receptors and action performers, these two organs, for example, tongue, when it tastes, it is called Jnanendriya. When it speaks, it is called Karmendriya. Same tongue, when it performs the action of receiving the taste and processing that information, it's called Jnanendriya. The same tongue, when it performs the action of talking, it's called Karmendriya. Like that, the Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas and the internal organs which are responsible for these Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas to be active. For example, liver. Only if your liver is absolutely detoxed and fully active, you will have a deep ability to coordinate all the actions. Please understand, coordination of all the actions needs not just the support of the brain, it needs the support of your liver. Because your liver is responsible for all your internal organs functioning smoothly. So, the Avadani has to keep his whole body detoxed. If you are an Avadani, you will automatically keep your body detoxed. Only if you are detoxed, you will be able to be an Avadani. Keeping all your Karmendriyas, Jnanendriyas and internal organs active, alive, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically, in a synced way. is called Avadana. I myself have seen an Avadani who can smell, listen to the music, taste some of the food items, and hear the numbers, flower names, various other names being uttered, and see the scenes in front of him, which is constantly changed, various paintings, mix all this and sing poetry without missing the order. He can see everything, listen everything, and during this whole process, somebody will be touching his back with peacock feather at various points. He will narrate this whole thing in a poetic way without missing the order. This multiple performance avadanis is one aspect of superconscious mutation. Then the next, using shastras. That is what now I am making Suvignana master. See, in Shankara's history, if you see Adi Shankara's history, two of his disciples never studied anything. Totakacharya, Bhatmapada. They just served him. Just by superconscious mutation, he made both of them Shastravadanis. Shastravadanis, like Sahasra Avadanis on Shastra. Sahasra Avadanis means they can perform 1,000 actions at a time. Shastra centered. He made both of them Sarvanyas. What Mandana Mishra did through the self-effort, his whole life, Adi Shankara gave it through superconscious mutation to Todaka and Bhatmabadacharyas, just like that. Sarvanyatva can be transmitted through the initiation. And Sahasravadana of Shastras can be transmitted just like that. Adi Shankara has demonstrated it. Then, Sahasravadanis of Shastras. How do you think Drona could transmit this whole science to all the students in short period? Especially the capacities of Arjuna, Bhima. If you see all their capacities, unimaginable capacities cannot come by training. It is only the science of superconscious mutation. Just within 7 years, Karna receives everything including Brahmastram from Parasurama. How? It's impossible by training, but only through the superconscious mutation. Understand, superconscious mutation is a science. There are
25 branches of Sahasravatana, performing 1,000 actions at a time centered on organs. This tradition is kept alive in the Telugu Brahmins community who settled in the banks of Godavari and Kaveri. Understand what I am saying? Even now, there is a living stream, at least few people. We have Shodasavadanis, means who can perform 16 actions at a time. I want to tell you, put this on record, how the invaders of India destroyed this Avadani tradition. They understood these Avadanis are the powerful people keeping this Hindu tradition alive. So these invaders started rewarding the Avadanis. Everyone thought, why will award and reward Avadanis? Hindus. Because all these Hindu Avadanis have started coming out openly, publicly to receive the award and reward. They collected everyone and finished them off once for all. That is the way the living stream of the Avadanis were destroyed by the invaders. Understand? But one good news I have for you, all of you, is fortunately, this Avadani, the superconscious mutation, is done in the DNA level. If the Telugu Brahmin DNA is available, Telugu Brahmin kids are available, that is enough. I can reinitiate them, revive the whole Avadani tradition, which is what I am doing through our Gurukul. This is the good news we have. The Gotra of Avadanis, the Telugu Brahmins who carry this Avadanis DNA. If the child is initiated, into power manifestation, immediately he reclaims, his DNA is awakened, and the whole Avadana powers starts manifesting. The superconscious mutation starts happening. Shrikant Iyer is sending a message. His family also, there are Avadanis. Shrikant Iyer, you are a Tamil Brahmin. That is not called Avadanis. That is a different science. It is yogic powers. Please understand. The Telugu Brahmins kept the Avadana tradition alive. Tamil Brahmins kept the Mantra Shastra alive. The Avadanis which you are talking, Shrikant Iyer, your family, you are actually Tamil Brahmin, means the Tanjavur Brahmins, Tambra's family. Hope I am right. And people who carry that Iyer title, that DNA, your Avadanatva is manifested through Mantra Shastra. Fundamentally, the Tamil Brahmins Avadana tradition, that superconscious mutation is Shastra centered. The Telugu Brahmins Avadana tradition is organ centered. Karmendriya, Jnanendriya centered power is the Telugu Brahmins Avadana tradition. The Tamil Brahmins, see, I don't want to create any conflict or community fight here. I am just putting all these things in record. Whatever I saw in the Akashic records and Shastras and the traditions and books, I am putting it on record. The Tamil Brahmins
have the Sahasravatana capacity, Shastra-centered. Once the Tamil Brahmin boy or a girl goes through a superconscious mutation, he can perform Avadana on any Shastras. On any Shastras. The Shastra-centric Avadana performance, Sahasravadana performance, science was kept alive, focused by Tamil Brahmins. Please understand, it's not that Tamil Brahmins never studied the Avadana tradition of Telugu Brahmins, but each of them took up one branch and kept it alive. And Shastra-centered Avadana tradition, Shastra means weapon. Shastra, Astra-centered Avadana tradition was kept alive by Parasurama's Gotra in UP. The whole UP area, the modern day Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand, in that area, the Parasurama's Gotra is still alive. They have that Sahasravadana tradition centered on Shastras and Astras. Still, I have seen one Brahmin sadhu who can pick up a grass and chant a mantra and throw that grass, it will catch fire by itself and go and fall some 20-30 kilometers away and blast. I have seen a sadhu who can perform this avadana. Please understand, the organ-centric superconscious mutation avadani tradition was kept alive in Telugu Brahmin stream. Shastra-centric, mantra-centric, Sahasravadana tradition was kept alive by Tamil Brahmins, and Astra-Shastra, weapon-centric Avadana was kept alive by the Parashurama's Gotra in UP and Uttarakhand, the modern day Uttar Pradesh and UP, the UP, Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand. And Ramesh Ramani is sending a message that they are Telugu Brahmins, and one of his great-grandmother has written the Ramayana on wall. Oh God. Actually, these are living, what to say, that living documentations. And I am getting so many messages. And Nitya Ramani is saying that Isha and Keshav are of Telugu Brahmins. Can they be initiated, Swamiji? Please understand, for the superconscious mutation, they have to be in a Gurukul. And Nitya Ramani, if you want 2 kids for the family, keep Isha and Keshav. Now plan to give birth to more kids. And you are young, you are not old. You are young, you can. Give birth at least 2 to 3 kids more. Send them to Gurukul because it needs a full attention for their DNA to fully manifest. Mainly the ecosystem where they continue every day, they have to manifest powers. Their food, You need to understand, Nithyaramani, because you asked, I am telling you, the lifestyle and the kind of words people utter around, all that plays a major role when a child flowers into Avadani. The fear and greed, everything should be centered on power manifestation, not on money manifestation. See, it is not that our Gurukul kids don't have fear or don't have greed, but it is all centered on power manifestation. They get greedy to manifest more powers. They get fear if they don't manifest powers. But it is not centered on money. Oh, will I get a job? Will I get this certificate? Will I get that? So understand, the whole life has to be focused on power manifestation and becoming Avadanis. The real reason why I am so focused on Gurukul is my work is not just writing some 1,000 books, giving 1,000 satsangs. My work is super conscious mutation. Making thousands and thousands of Avadanis, power manifestors, demonstrably. Please understand one more thing. I want to put this whole thing on record. Good news is, this whole science is recorded inside the DNA. So as long as the last Brahmin is alive, this science cannot be destroyed, cannot be eliminated. That's the good news. The great news is, Paramashiva has empowered me. He has given me the power to revive, awaken, and do the superconscious mutation. And revive that power of Sahasravadani. So Nithyaramani, first thing, you are young, you are not old. Both of you are young. You can plan for at least 2 or 3 more kids and send them to Gurukul after the age of 7. This will be equivalent to giving $1 billion to Hindu society. Understand? When you give one child to Gurukul and when he starts manifesting powers, a tradition is revived. Not just one person, a tradition is revived. I always tell people, when one Hindu woman is taken away, it is not that we lose one woman, a whole lineage is lost. Same way, if the one child, Brahmin child, or one Brahmin girl starts manifesting this avatana powers, it is not that one girl or one boy is manifesting. The whole gotra, the whole order, the tradition, the heritage, that whole lineage is revived. The kids who are staying in their home with parents, I can initiate them, give them few powers. But becoming like a Sahasravatani, you need the ecosystem where the kids manifest these powers intensely.
I wanted to tell all of you who put the message now. Ramesh Ramani, Nithya Ramani, Shrikant Iyer, all of you. Take this very seriously. One child from the Brahmin tradition, Brahmin DNA. Please understand, I am not a casteist person. All of you should know I myself is not a Brahmin DNA. I am from Adisheva community. So you should know that I am not a casteist person, and I talk so much about social justice, and I work for the social justice. Here I am talking about the biology of the superconscious mutation. I am not talking about the social community structure. I am talking about the biology of the superconscious mutation. So understand, if one Brahmin child becomes part of the Gurukul and he starts manifesting powers and sarvanyatva, and he starts manifesting this avadanitva, not just the one child, the whole lineage is revived. Hindus need to realize, last 300 years, heavy persecution, huge effort was put to destroy this Avadani science, the superconscious mutation science, because this is the core of Hinduism. Core of Hinduism is not just in Shastras, not just in temples. All that is great. Keeping it alive, all that is container. Content is this superconscious mutation process. Understand, I am not disrespecting Shastras or the temples. No way. But all I am telling you is, Shastras and temples are all containers. See, when invaders invaded India, they burnt libraries, whole thing. Some of our libraries was burning for 2 years. Around 20 million books, manuscripts have been burnt. But the whole thing was rewritten within next 10 years by just 10 Brahmins sitting in a remote forest, because in their DNA the whole thing is programmed, and in their memory the whole thing is there. They just sit and go on writing. Patanjali himself says, I took my 1,000-headed Patanjali Adisesha farm and wrote this whole Mahabhashya. It means he became the Sahasravatani, the 1,000 independent, intelligent brain tracts. He activated it, and all the whole 1,000 track revealed all the 1,000 branches of the knowledge. Patanjali is the Tamil Brahmin who is a Sahasravatani, mantra, Shastra-centric Sahasravatani. Is the Tanjore Brahmin. Shastra-centric Sahasravatani. He reveals the whole Mahabhashya. So if you just have one Patanjali, even if 1,000 libraries are burnt, no problem. They will repeat it and rewrite it, pen the whole thing down in next 10 years. That is the way, even though millions of temples are destroyed and the libraries got burned, we immediately came back. We immediately revived the whole thing in next generation, within next generation. Now is the time to revive not just the Avadani science of organ-centric
mantra-centric, Shastra and Shastra-centric, all the 25 branches of Avadani tradition. Sahasravatana, in all 25 branches, the mantra, power manifestation. Power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana is one of the signs, branches. We can create kids who can perform 1,000 power manifestation at a time. Sahasravatana at a time. I can talk about all these things. With Paramashiva's grace, I have a right to talk about all these things because I already demonstrated many things which I am talking. Understand? The organ-centric Sahasravatana. That is what is this remote vision, ability to read blindfolded, and Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. That is what is that any book, without opening the eyes, the kids can just tell what is there in which page. Already Nithyananda demonstrated this power multiple times. Sarvanyatva, not just Nithyananda, many kids along with Nithyananda demonstrated this power multiple times. And Astra-centric, Astra-Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. This comes under this materialization. Many other power manifestations come under this Astra and Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. You can receive anything you want and send anything you want. Many of these powers, these Avadana traditions, these sciences I have demonstrated. Now, through a large-scale Gurukul, I'll be taking this whole science to the whole world. See, the good news I have for all of you is, with the grace of Paramashiva, we demonstrated it is possible. We already revived the foolproof. The methodology is success, end-to-end, the quality control passed. That is done. Now we will have to make it available to the whole world by making large numbers, like 10,000 balasans, 10,000 female sannyasinis, 10,000 rudraganyas, manifesting these different Avadana traditions. That is what we have to do, and that is what I am doing. That is what I am focused, and I know what all the dangers and attacks possible, what all the persecution, dangers and attacks possible. I am first doing all the protection needed to protect once I start doing this work. So understand, with the grace of Paramashiva, we will do it, and he is doing it. So understand, by the time I evolve these infrastructures, all of you who put the message, Srikant, Nithyaramani, Ramesh Ramani, all of you, you guys plan for getting more and more Brahmin kids. Your very DNA which you want to revive. Start working. If you feel, oh, it is little late for me, Swamiji, especially Ramesh Ramani may say, I think Swamiji, it is little late for me. But no problem. You have daughters, you have sons and daughters. You tell your daughters to give birth. Let the next generation.
See, if possible, you give birth. If not, your sons and your daughters. Ask them. If you want to 2 child for your family, have 2 for you and give few more kids birth to at least 2-3 more, and let that child go and be part of the Gurukul and revive the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. I tell you, sending a child to the Gurukul will be equivalent to donating $1 billion to Hindu society. Because even if you give $1 billion, what will I do? I have to find a living DNA, kids, who will go through the superconscious mutation process and manifest this to the world. I can do all the Sahasravatana, but one person doing, maybe it will bring glory to me, but I am interested in bringing the glory to the whole Hindu tradition, not just me. I am interested in reviving this whole tradition where 10,000 kids perform the superconscious mutation process of Sahasravatana. I want all the Brahmins to know, especially if you are from a family where alcohol and non-veg is not a lifestyle, where still you keep the Brahminical traditions alive, you are carrying something extraordinary in your DNA which can revive Hinduism. So I request the Brahmins, especially still who are living the Brahminical lifestyle of no non-veg, no alcohol, that lifestyle. You all need to know you are carrying something extraordinary in your DNA, and your kids not only can be the greatest gift for reviving Hinduism, they can be greatest gift for the whole humanity. Sonali Gupta is asking, what was the Kashmir Avatani tradition? Kashmir Avatani tradition was power manifestation science. On power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. If you see the whole Kashmiri Shaivite tradition, it was all about the power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. They were able to manifest 1,000 powers at a time. Sahasravatana on Shakti Avishkarana tradition. See, a university, Hindu university, this is the way it existed. Fortunately, I could get the blueprint of at least 12 universities that existed. Tarukavanam. Tarukavanam is one of the greatest Hindu university where the rewriting of all the Puranas happened. The Tarukavana rishis. And then the Kadambavanam. Kadambavanam is around the Madurai. There was a university. Madurai was called Kadambavanam, and around the Madurai, one university. And Vedaranyam. Vedaranyam, forest of Vedas in Tamil Nadu. Vedaranyam. And Kanchi. Like that, different universities' blueprints I got. Fortunately, Paramashiva gave access to me. In that, I saw all these universities had 25 branches of Sahasravatanis. People who can perform 1,000 actions spontaneously, simultaneously, synergetically. Because of the superconscious mutation, either centered on organs are centered on Shastras, scriptures, are centered on Shakti Avishkarana, power manifestation, are centered on Astra Shastra Vidyas. Like these 25 branches, the metallurgy and arts, the whole Vishwakarma Sampradaya. Understand, we had Vishwakarmas who can perform 1,000 acts at a time on the science of sacred arts. Vishwakarmas are called Vishwakarma Brahmins. You should know that. They are Brahmin DNA. That was one of the branch in the 25 branches of the university. With Paramashiva's grace, we will revive all the 25 branches. When I scale it up, based on that, I am creating an infrastructure where once we start doing it, we will not need to waste our time in defending ourselves from the external attacks and internal attacks. We have a complete foolproof system where there is no attacks. We are absolutely safe. With the grace of Paramashiva, he has already given us that kind of a legal, political structure. Now we are just making infrastructure. And this is what is the real revival of enlightened civilization. Conscious civilization. And I know now what I said, what I focused, and what I delivered is too much even to grasp. These Avadani traditions which I described, 4 different Avadani traditions. Organ-centered, mantra-centered, Shastra-Astra-centered, sacred arts centered. Just understanding this 4 itself, you need to watch this satsang at least for 10 days. And you should first of all understand Avadani. You should see few Avadanis. Only then you will understand what is this Avadani tradition. Only if you see my Gurukul Balasans manifesting some 10-12 powers, you will understand this power manifestation is possible. Till then you can never understand. You may think, no, it is not possible. It is all just humbug. You can go on. But only if you see, check for yourself, foolproof, you will understand, wow, it is all true. Same way, only if you see few Avadanis, you will understand. The Avadani tradition is possible. Is possible. And understand all these various Avadani traditions. Totally 25 different Avadani traditions existed in Hinduism, documented as the documents I could see. Whatever documents I could see, I saw these 25 traditions. So, I am going to revive this 25, and Paramashiva has blessed me with the knowledge, ability, energy, Kundalini Shakti to perform the superconscious mutation for all these 25 traditions. In these 25 traditions, each one represents one face of Paramashiva. One face of Paramashiva represents one Avadani tradition. Avadani is a person who can perform multiple acts simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. Because of the superconscious mutation happened in him. It can be in the field of organs. It can be in the field of Shastra scriptures. It can be in the field of power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. It can be in the field of Sthapatya Veda, sacred arts. Sthapatya Veda. It can be in the field of food and medicine, Ayurveda, Ayush Veda. Food and medicine both are considered as the same branch in Hindu tradition. Food and medicine was not separate. It was one and the same in Hindu tradition. And all these 25 branches, with the grace of Paramashiva, we will be reviving through the superconscious mutation process. Paramashiva himself is here to do this work, to do this job. All the major Hindu universities we had, Naimisharanya, Tarukavana, Katambavana, Vedaranya, all these were the great universities which had all these 25 traditions, 25 Sarvanya Pitas. Understand? Temples, monasteries, gurukuls, libraries, all of them are containers. Content is this superconscious mutation process. Especially if you are from a Brahmin community who's still living the Brahminical traditional lifestyle of no non-veg and no alcohol. Actually, if you don't do Gayatri, if you don't do Sandhya Vandanam, if you don't do Agnihotra Mandala also is okay. I'm not saying don't do. Even if you have not performed all of that is also okay, because that can be just revived. But the non-veg and alcohol and drugs directly affects the very DNA structure. The capacity of the DNA is lost if you allow non-veg and alcohol and drugs. If you have kept non-veg, alcohol, drugs away and lived the Brahminical lifestyle, if you just keep these three away, that Brahminical lifestyle will be more than enough. You are still carrying a powerful DNA which can be a great blessing not only for Hindus, for the whole world. Because if you give one child For example, Paramesha. Shri Advait and Mahadvait gave Paramesha and Tattva to Gurukul. Especially Paramesha. The way he started manifesting powers when he was a kid. It is not that now he is only one sannyasi or one kid, one balasant manifesting powers. He is going to revive, inspire a lineage. I am giving an example. If he becomes a Pitadipati, once fully able to perform Sahasravatana, 1000 actions, he can easily perform 50 at least right now. 50 power manifestation he can perform right now, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. I just need to support him with an ecosystem, and it will be just hardly 2-3 years work for him to become 1000 Sahasravatani in power manifestation, in Shakti Avishkarana. Because he's a Tamil Brahmin, the Tanjavur Brahmin DNA, he will be naturally centered on mantra, the Shastra, scripture centric Sahasravatani, that he will naturally manifest with the power manifestation. Because power manifestation directly I am giving. So you will be able to do both, like a power manifestation Sahasravatana and mantra, Shastra manifestation Sahasravatana. Both he will be able to easily perform. So when he does that, if he becomes a Pitadipati, a sannyasi, he will be inspiring millions of the next generation to become sannyasis and take this science forward. If he decides to become Grihastha, when he grows up and if he decides he wants to get married, at least his whole family and the lineage, that Karuvali Parambarai, will start carrying the same awakened superconscious mutation DNA. Anyway, he will be blessing for the world. If he takes up Grihastha, he will be making few kids manifesting. If he becomes sannyasi, he will be making few thousand kids manifesting this Sahasravatana. That's all. Understand? What I am talking is a clear Paramashiva's blueprint. He will do it. He is doing it. He is doing it. I tell you, the real work is all about super conscious mutation. Actually, when Paramesha had a fracture in the hand, it is because of my fear for Mahadvait and Rishiyadvait, I sent him to hospital. If there was no interference of Mahadvait and Rishiyadvait, I would not have sent him to hospital. Because I know how to heal it simply, just by the superconscious mutation. But Mahadvait is terrorized. What can I do? I have to be legally right as per the Indian law. So I said, all right, take him to hospital and do what need to be done. I only consciously supported him. If I did not have Mahadvait, Rishiyadvait's interference, all it would have taken for me is 10 minutes to remove the pain, next 10 minutes to make the bone set. And after half an hour, I'll tell them, hey, now take the X-ray and show that it's all clear. The X-ray will prove he is all right, it's all clear. That's it. No question of any other things needed. Because this Avadana tradition, when the superconscious mutation starts happening inside a child, he gets the power to manifest the body as he wants. Paramesha did not have pain when he had a fracture, his connection with me. But he has to be sent to hospital for medical attention is because of Mahadvait and Rishi Advait's fears. Middle class Hindus, what to do? For last 5-6 generations, even they do not know that this kind of avadana is possible, and even they have not seen their parents or great-grandparents manifesting these powers. At least 3-4 generations it is gone. So they are all jittery, shaky middle-class Hindus. Always they want to have a plan B, that fallback. And it is not their mistake. That is the way now, because for so many generations you did not see all this is possible. Forget about Mahadvait, Rishi Advait, Paramesha getting medically treated. When I had the fracture, not only I did not have pain, but finally, no hospital was ready to do the surgery without anesthesia. I am telling, hey, I am an adult. I will write and give you that I don't want anesthesia. You perform the surgery directly. Actually, I did not even want to go to the allopathy hospital. I want to go to the Puttur. In Tamil Nadu, there is a place called, sorry, not Tamil Nadu, Andhra. There is a place called Puttur, Nagari Puttur, where the Sahasravadanis of medical field, in that one branch is still alive. Any kind of fracture, they will cure it without any surgery in 10 days. From all over the world, people come there. I want to go there actually. But these guys were constantly, these doctors, no, we cannot discharge you from the hospital and it has to be done within next few hours. All this big mess, and I thought, oh God, even I have to be legally obedient. Obey legally. Even I cannot go through the surgery without anesthesia. That was. But what to do? When you are in a country, you have to go through their legal system. Actually, the moment I had the fracture, I told my disciples, hey, drive to Nagari Puttur directly. Don't go to Bangalore. But somehow these fellows said, no, Swamiji, let's first take the X-ray and know where the fracture is exactly and take it to the Nagari Puttur so that they will repair it. We will go to hospital only for diagnosis, but treatment we will go to Nagari Puttur. But once you enter the hospital, they say, no, we can't discharge you. You are a VIP. And the hospital will get the bad name if we send you out. Then I said, all right, perform at least surgery without anesthesia. But the law is law. They said, no, it's a law of the land. They have to first of all report to police, and they have to report to government because a VIP having a hand fracture, and they are answerable to any of the repercussions or outcomes. Anyhow, but I tell you, only when I demonstrate the powers of the superconscious mutation, world will realize the greatest gift Hindus are having, which need to be shared with the whole world. This will be the greatest gift Hindus will be giving to the whole world. I'll continue with my initiations into
superconscious mutation. In the further sessions, today I wanted to reveal the blueprint, Paramashiva's blueprint. In the further satsangs, I'll give detailed initiations. So, with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Paramadvaitam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Jnanapatati Manual, under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyaadilakshya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions.
Science of our manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The pramanas, the evidences, Shastra Pramana, the authentic scriptures, Shrutis, the Veda Agamas, stand as a foundation for Hinduism. Apta Pramana, authentic, time-tested, foolproof compilation of the experience of the sages, rishis, and enlightened masters, which is in terms with the Shastra Pramana. Atma Pramana, with Apta Pramana, a guru is able to experience and live the truth claimed by the Shastras. Shakshi Pramana, manifestation and experience of the Guru's initiation in a disciple of a particular lineage which is demonstrable to the world. And Pratyaksha Pramana, having the truth validated by the scientific study. Bhagavan Paramashiva gives all the evidences to make us understand that how we used to live as superconscious mutation, as superconscious being, beyond what we understand as self-doubt, self-denial, and self-hatred. The perception that we are having is completely different. And by listening to the pramanas, evidences, the shift happens in us, which manifest as powers. The power of levitation, the scriptural reference is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 82, Dharana 57.
Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 82, Dharana 57. आसने शयने स्थित्वा निराधारं विभावयन् स्वदेहं मनसि क्षीणे क्षणादक्षीणाशयो भवेत् आसने शयने स्थित्वा निराधारं विभावयन् स्वदेहं मनसि क्षीणे क्षणादक्षीणाशयो भवेत्.
Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully explains in the sutra, being situated on a comfortable seat or on a bed, firmly cognize that your own body is without any support or base from anywhere. It is resting on nothing. By holding this cognition, when the mind becomes worn away and thoughtlessness arise, then in an instant, one becomes weightless, experience the space beyond the mind, the space of Paramashiva. How Bhagavan said, we are all the ultimate happening on planet Earth. Not recognizing the higher dimension, constantly we are deluded into the again and again the pain and suffering of life. Bhagavan beautifully says how we can bring the thoughtless. In a Zen tradition, one day Bhagavan says the Zen master told the disciple just to sit when he was walking on the bridge and observe the bridge to move and the water to become still. And then you come back, he says. And the disciple did not have any questions nor had any argument. He just sat. He sat and sat and sat looking at the bridge, constantly looking at the bridge, looking at the bridge, looking at the bridge. Suddenly he realized that the bridge, the frequency that he saw was moving faster and the relative frequency that was the water which was stagnant. He went to his Guru Master and said, Zen Master, that he saw the bridge moving and the water still. Then he was initiated into the ultimate initiation of Paramashiva. All that it takes for us is to put all the energy that we are experiencing into that space of oneness, integrity, the highest who we are, bring to the present moment and experience Paramashiva as our reality instead of running our past again and again and creating the chaos and confusion and living only as length, breadth, depth. Beyond that, we can live in 14 dimensions, which is a possibility of a human being. Bhagavan beautifully says, it's like you buy the latest iPhone and use it as a button phone and try only using for the calling somebody and don't use any of the apps. And you say life is so miserable, the phone is so miserable, is because you have not read the manual. All that Bhagavan says, if you understand how we exist as the ultimate consciousness, we will be manifesting the ultimate reality. And beautifully here how the levitation happens, whether it is Krishna or Hanuman or many of them, Rama or Ravana, all of them were able to levitate a Vimana, levitate them, levitate the mountain. In the scriptures, we have seen so many things of what they were able to carry across the place, fly across the place. All this was the way they existed because they lived in the higher dimensions. We have lost the science, but we ourselves, it's not impossible for us. Just before us, Rama, Krishna, Lakshmana, Hanuman, or all of them experienced all this. So, Vibhishana, everybody is said to have manifested these greater powers. So the powers is a possibility in all of us. Then why are we not experiencing that? Because constantly we are not given the knowledge. Here Bhagavan gives us the knowledge to make us experience this greater science, that this is a possibility that exists in each one of us. Here in the Apta Pramana, Bhagavan beautifully says the story of how Jnana Sambandha had so much of problems in the society not being accepted of what the possibility that he could perform in the world. And so the Jain monks thought this person just he's getting a lot of people, and it is not right, because these monks were not the real Jains. They were creating only chaos in the name of Jain monks. So they created problems for Jnanasambandar for him to function, and they said, you have to come for a test. And they told the king that he has to come for the test, and twice they lost. Again, they did not keep quiet. They said, you have to come for the Punal Vadam. What is Punal Vadam? They have to take the leaf that where they have written their mantras, and they have to leave it in the river, and the river has to decide and bring the leaf back to them, or it will just take away the leaf. And Jnanasambandar, of course, accepted this because he knew that Paramashiva existed in all reality. He is one, he can manifest to revive himself. Why should he worry? So he goes to the Vaiga river, and the Jain monks leave the palm leaf where they have written their mantra, but the current just took away the leaf. But when Jnanasambandar offered the leaf at the river, Vaiga river, the Vaiga river brought it back against the current to Jnanasambandar. This was all of them witnessed manifestation that happened, and it is recorded in Periya Puranam. And beautifully, this is the same thing that Abhayar also demonstrated, and many of them have demonstrated, offering the leaf in the Vaiga river, whatever they have written, and it flows back to them because of the power of the leaf that existed beyond the gravitational or the current, water current that was there. Because each one of us have trillions of energy cell, like each cell has 1.4 volts, and we have 50 trillion cells. So we have 70 trillion volts of energy, the possibility in us, like a lightning power. Then why are we not using that? That is what Bhagavan is asking. Why are we not using that and manifesting the higher dimension instead of using all that for our incompletion and chaos and confusion in our life continuously, only to live the problems and all the impossibilities as our reality. Here Bhagavan says how beautifully you can go beyond and experience the deep oneness and manifest the power of levitation in different possibilities, mental level, physical level, and extraordinary superconscious level, how you can perform the power of levitation.
You have to burn all your pain patterns. Listen carefully. I am explaining the principle. When you breathe with thinking, means your breathing is happening, thinking is also happening. That is called prana. Your breathing is happening, thinking is not happening. Like in the deep sleep, the night, deep sleep, your breathing will happen, but thinking is not happening. That is called samana. Now, even while you are awake, I am going to infuse samana in you. Listen carefully. While you are breathing and thinking together, the process is called prana. While you are breathing but not thinking, example is the midnight deep sleep, when you don't even have a dream. You are breathing, but you are not thinking. That process is called samana. Now, I am going to infuse samana in you even while you are awake. While you are awake. So naturally what will happen? Your whole psychology will become so light, you will feel like it is flowing, it is floating on the air. When the psychological levitation happens, automatically physiological levitation starts happening. Means the body will start jumping. Then the physical levitation, it will raise and be there in the air for quite a few minutes. Understand? This is a 3-step. Psychological levitation,
feeling so much of lightness. You will feel as if your whole being is floating. Second, physiological levitation means your intra-organs will become light and it will start jumping. Like a equivalent to your weight, the samana will get filled in you. So it will jump, but in few seconds you will fall back. It will jump and you will fall back. That is physiological levitation. Then comes physical, means more than your physical weight, the samana energy will stay in you. So for that many seconds or minutes, you will be able to be in the air. And don't think I cannot levitate. No. Anyhow, you are not going to. I'm going to make it. So you just be free from your idea of whether you can or not. If you can sit in Padmasana, that will be great. If you can't, listen carefully. If you can't sit in Padmasana, sit in Ardha Padmasana. If you sit in this posture, you will not doubt whether you are lifting or it is doing it by itself. In this posture, you can never lift yourself. Even normally, you cannot lift yourself. In this, surely you can't lift yourself. In this, any moment happens, it is only because of Kundalini.
Beautifully, Bhagwan explains how the samana happens when you entangle with Bhagwan, that no thought zone. We don't have to sit in the bridge, but all we need to do is chant the Mahavakya in the deep listening. And when we can experience the deeper oneness with Paramashiva, the body simply drops all the thoughts and moves into the space of oneness and manifests as powers. Here, the devotee in Shakshi Pramana has kept an object, the deity, on the phone, which is actually showing the weight of the object. It has dropped the weight of the object by showing that it is levitating. Slowly and slowly, completely, if it drops to zero, then you can remove the phone or the weighing machine and you will see that it is manifesting the power of levitation. Today, what we are going to do is manifest the power of lifting a banyan leaf in our palm. So if you have a leaf, that is good. You can have the Jnananjan on your third eye, on your temple and on the leaf. And after that, just place it in your palm and make sure the palm is straight and there is no wind outside like a fan or some AC or anything to move it, but only from the point of you chanting the Mahavakya, it's going to move. And make sure you can do it with other people or you can do it yourself. You can do it for yourself or you can keep it on others' hand and move to see the object is levitating on your hand. All that takes, you can keep the Atmalinga also and make it levitate, make it completely flat and keep it on the table or a flat surface. So you're not moving your hand and because of that it's not moving, but because of only the power of third eye, it is moving. Just be aware of what is happening and you can record that beautifully to showcase to the world at the end of the session. Now sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring your listening to your third eye. Sit as Paramashiva for few minutes, unclutched from the outer world. How you go to sleep, that's exactly what we are going to do. Go into the sleep but with awareness, not just completely asleep, but completely in awareness is Samadhi. So sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line and bring your awareness to your third eye. That is, you sit as 25 heads of Paramashiva. And be very clear, you have 75 eyes of alive, awake, and 50 hands holding all the ayudas. Sit as the glory of Paramashiva, the beautiful bhava of Paramashiva, dissolving yourself deeply into that space of oneness with Paramashiva, again and again in gratitude, in silence, in peace. When you establish in peace, Bhagavan says, bliss happens to you. Hold that peace inside you, not oh, Atmalinga has to move or the leaf has to move. That is Bhagwan's Leela. You don't have to worry about that. Just hold the space again and again. Paramashiva is real. Consciousness is real. Establish yourself into that space of oneness. That is what is power manifestation. How many minutes, seconds you can establish in the space of Paramashiva is the biggest challenge for us. Constantly we are deluded into something we want, something to achieve, something to create, something to show. But beyond those, there exists a space of peace, calm, and more into the space of silence. When you experience that as your deeper reality, you will simply see all that happening around you is auspiciousness. So deeply connect to Paramashiva in gratitude, in the space of love, compassion, and in silence and in peace. Hold that space continuously through listening. You can hold all the space not through mind, but no mind. That is the space of listening. When you have listening, there cannot be any thought. Either you can listen or you can have thought. So get into this deep space of listening, chanting the Mahavakya, especially when you are chanting and you are listening, you are starting to vibrate your own atoms and molecules into the higher frequency. And constantly you keep doing that. At one point, you're sucked into the superconscious zone where you start levitating and manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. So let's start chanting deeply and intensely without any gap, holding that space of powerful oneness and experiencing the power of levitation of the leaf.
See yourself as 25-headed, 50-handed Paramashiva, as eternally 16, youthful. Commit with Paramashiva. Only He exists. Anything else is delusion. Now, sit straight. We'll enter into the process. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all of our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Beautiful. Slowly open your eyes. Whatever Paramashiva has shown, your experience that the leaf is levitating, you can take a picture of that and you can share it in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. Again and again, causing is one of the main things that we can experience the deeper and deeper oneness, where we have a deep listening when we start enriching others, when we are speaking in our own words. We are constantly listening to ourselves 100%. That is why Bhagavan says causing is the most easiest path to experience the oneness. Constantly, when you're causing somebody, you are cherishing those thoughts and holding the space of oneness as Paramashiva. And more you're causing for people to experience the higher powers, higher states of consciousness. You are in that state by enriching and causing them. So go ahead and share all your experience, the powerful cognition from satsang, the initiation experience, and power manifestation experience, your Kundalini awakening, your experience of the heat in the hand or your leaf levitating, whatever, small or big. Go on sharing and thanking Bhagavan. All this greater truth that Bhagavan is downloading in each of us is the ultimate gift. And when you share, 100 to 1,000 people get inspired and they start manifesting powers. So go on telling the world that what is real, Paramashiva is real, and how you can experience the multi-dimension way of existence instead of deluding yourself into all the incompletions. Now let's surrender all this powerful cognition, power manifestation at Bhagavan's lotus feet in deep gratitude, thanking Bhagavan for all the gifts from KAILASA for each one of us every single day. And thanking all of you in all the social media for manifesting the powers of Paramashiva and sharing all this great truth in the social media. With that, let's come to the end of the session. Let's hold the powerful cognition. Paramashiva is real in my thought, word, and action, seeing everything, everyone as Paramashiva throughout the day and experiencing the deep oneness. With that, now let's sit straight with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring Paramashiva to your third eye and chant the Purna mantra. Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. The next session will be after the darshan or satsang, next satsang. See you in more Kailash Kotyat manifesting past sessions.